Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. It is a Friday night, my friends, which means it's time for me to put my thinking cap on, do some coding. I did put it in the right category, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yeah, okay. It's like, for some reason I was second guessing whether I did it right, but no, I'm correct here. Oh, I should probably put the, let's do switch tag there. Java dev. Put that. Anyway, my friends, welcome on in. Welcome. Hope everyone has had an excellent week so far. The likelihood when I swap things here that the camera will continue working. Let's see what happens. Hey, there we go. It's continued working. Yes, welcome on in, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone's had a good week so far. I have had a productive one myself. Technically hit my deadline. Where the hell's there? It is. Technically hit my deadline. I still have more to do, but the basics are working. So you know, there's always that, you know, gotta fix bugs. That is good and well. Good stuff going around and doing all the things. I've also finally, since I've you know, I can think about other things besides work for a little bit. I have started to look at the fourth wall stuff for a merch store for LiveSpace. This may be quite possibly the first time ever I've had some kind of merch store, so I am working on some things for that. There's a couple things I can do myself that I have an idea for that doesn't require really any, you know, talent on my part. And I can kind of get the store started with those, and then I'm going to go talk to some friends and see if I can commission them to do some proper art. We'll see how that goes and all that stuff. So stuff is coming. I have ideas. I already have ideas for t-shirts, but I also have ideas for they sell mouse pads and they sell coffee mugs and things like that. So I've got a couple interesting ideas there. They're not ideas that no one has ever had before, obviously. They're just, but you know, I can always throw my hat in the ring with them. I guess figuratively now, because you can put stuff on hats too. So we'll see how that goes. That should be coming in the next week or so. At least for like the initial stuff. One of the nice things is I can just kind of put like one or two things on there right away, and then just sort of expand as more things, more inspiration hits, as it were. So that'll be cool. I've never had enough, like, you know, fourth wall and stuff, all those stores and stuff like that, they always tend to require that you have a certain amount of audience. So I've never put any effort into them because, you know, I've never had the audience to do it. Now that you know, it's the integration, is the partnership with LiveSpace is what it is. I can kind of, you know, piggyback on that, which is rather awesome and cool. one of the nice things I'm seeing with LiveSpace right now is they are already starting to do different things than other attempts at the live streaming stuff have done at this point. So I'm very happy to see that. Let me see if I can find stuff here. What do I want to do as far as music here? Let's see. Let's see what the lo-fi channel coughs up at me here. See how this goes. For now. All right. We'll see how that goes for now. Yeah, so I like what they're doing so far with that stuff. They've recently started to get a whole lot more eyeballs on them. Some bigger creators have stumbled upon them and are starting to bring more eyeballs on the platform, which is a good thing, I would say. And there's a lot more, because there's more eyeballs, there's a lot more recommendations and all that stuff coming in. And that's always good. I mean, it's always good to get recommendations from the community and all that stuff. But I do hope though that LiveSpace sort of tempers those recommendations with their own kind of, I guess, spin on it, as it were. You know what I mean? Like, it's good. Always, it's always good to get recommendations from the community, but make sure that they kind of fit your philosophy, and they're also, they also fit what you want to, being a little bit different. You don't have to be exactly the same, because a lot of people will come in and they'll say, you need, X, Y, and Z, because that's all they know. They know Twitch or they know Kick, and that's all they know is X, Y, and Z, and you got to be exactly like this or else. And it's like, well, no, you have an opportunity to maybe take a different approach that is still effective. You don't necessarily need to copy what others have done. That said, I mean, there are some tools that are kind of universal, I guess. Like I would like to see them do hosting, bring hosting onto the platform, so I can host others instead of just dropping links to them in the chat. I'd also like to see them bring in stuff that I don't see other platforms doing so much. Twitch is starting to do this, because I think they finally realized that there's an entire third-party ecosystem that has spawned up around them that they haven't been able to get their claws into, and that's with like stream overlays and stuff. Stream overlays and bot command, like shout out commands, and have overlays for that are just sort of built onto the platform. I mean, that's one of the things I want to do with the Hex project here, because we're going to hopefully maybe get into the beginnings of the channel stuff today. And one of the things I want to do with this platform is have some vanilla overlays and stuff. Have some of that stuff already built into the platform. It doesn't have to be, there's always going to be room for a third party to come in and do it better. But at the very least, you're encouraging third parties to do better, right? Because in order for them to compete, in order for them to get people to do their stuff, to use their stuff instead of what's already on the platform, they got to be better than what's on the platform, right? And it's just better for everybody if everybody is sort of trying to encourage each other to be better, to strive for even better overlays and even better integrations and stuff like that. I think it just encourages the whole ecosystem, and Twitch is starting to dabble in that, I think, with some of the stuff they're doing. And that also goes with the like game integrations and stuff like that. Mixer had integrations that they managed where they had like a Unity plugin and stuff that they built for the Mix Play stuff, and so right away developers could go download for free, who were on like the Unity engine, could download for free the Mix Play plugin and have their integrations already ready to go for Mixer and stuff. It's like you make it blindingly obvious or easy for a dev to do that, you're more likely to get them to do it, right? Because you're not necessarily significantly adding to their development time. I mean, sure, they still got to QA it and maintain it, but it's not, you've done a lot of the QA work for them already. It's just they have to see they just have to play with it themselves. So there's things like that. I hope that they delve into that stuff quickly. I know they were talking about, I think Todd was talking about mobile app stuff, and I think that's, as much as it boggles my mind sometimes about the popularity of mobile apps, I do see that that's like a thing. Like that's like, in order for LiveSpace to really be taken seriously by a large, ever-growing segment of the population, they have to have an actual mobile app, and not just mobile browser stuff. Because apparently nobody knows how to use mobile browsers. Hey, Sponge, welcome. So that's, I think that's another thing. Hopefully there'll be, I think they do need to kind of put a little bit of a priority on that as they're doing stuff. But yeah, I think they're doing pretty good. Hey, Speed, welcome. And thank you for the follow, Sponge. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. I'm doing, this is my Friday night coding stream, so I'm just this is kind of half, it's part just chatting, part me just writing code for fun. Just kind of doing my thing here. I tend to chat about streaming services, I chat about tech, I chat about gaming, whatever kind of floats my boat at the moment. But it's what I'm ultimately coding is a open source streaming service like Kick and LiveSpace and all those. But I'm doing it as a hobby. I'm doing it just because at some point I gotta stop bitching and moaning about them and start doing something about it. So I felt like, why not? All that stuff. Yeah, no problem. Cool. No problem whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I do on Fridays and Saturdays. And the rest of the time I just do games, because I work as a software dev by day, so doing coding at nighttime is a little bit much after a while. Like I could do it a couple days out of the week, but every day out of the week it'll start to drive me nuts. All right, thank you for dropping by, Sponge. I appreciate it, and have a good night as well. Good rest to you. So yeah, I think good things are I like what they're doing. I like how they're sort of conducting themselves so far. I still have my concerns about you know experience um, when it comes to the team. Um, like I worry that they, you know, perhaps need a little more experience on their side. But I only say that because of like the sort of mishmash of things that I see going on the site. You know what I mean? There's things that I think should be customized that they're just using off the shelf stuff for, like the chat. Um, but you know, there's also the part of me that's like, you know, let them cook, right? Like let them have time to, you know, it's good to kind of, it's good to use off the shelf stuff if you plan on replacing it with something custom as the time comes. It's like it's a good way of like kind of planning out and seeing how things are, what kind of things, what kind of features you need that you can't get from what you have, you know. So you know, none of that is a negative right now. It's just you know, I've found over the years to be overly cautious about things, because you know, I've been down this path a couple times where it's like something looks very, very promising, and then the rug gets pulled out, or the real what's the word I'm looking for? The real motivations come to light, you know. But you know, that's neither here nor there. What I want to do tonight, so we had pretty much finished up my first pass on the third-party OAuth authentication stuff. We did find a bug where when you revoke an application's access, it is removing the record. However, the application still seems to be able to connect. I suspect that the underlying Spring library is maybe caching the authentication request, and when I go and remove consent, I need to somehow tell Spring to clear its cache, maybe. So what I wanted to see is if that is the case here. First of all, so I want to say Spring OAuth to revoke consent. Oh, there's a revoke token. So what pretty context logout handler logout. Default services method revoke token. Revokes token and OAuth to configuration. Tokens store, find tokens by the revoke token. Okay. My OAuth client ID. For JWT token users, this is not working as tokens are not stored. Red's a bit old. Yeah, 9 years old, so. Default token service. Default tokens service. That was 2019 it was edited. So, set support refresh token, set token tool. Okay. So, let me think here. So, Spring, so what am I using? I'm using Spring Security. Spring Authorization Server. Authorization Consent Controller, okay. What's weird here is it doesn't like tell you the full flow. So if I go to, let's go Spring Authorization Server. Right, and then see if I can policy. Okay, moving support, Spring Security, server reference. L2. Page application, no. Configuration. Auth2 token revocation endpoint. Provides the ability to customize revocation endpoint. Defines sketch points, lets you customize pre-processing the revocation. West converters. Registers it with the server filter revocation request. Well, that's fine, but why would I need a filter? Like I should be checking it. Like you think I'd be checking it. I mean, I know it's caching it somewhere, but it's like I get the idea behind caching it so it's not constantly checking your credentials every time you come in. So I get that, but there should be a way for me to remove something from that cache so that it forces it to check again, and then it finds out, oh, you don't have permissions anymore. And that's what I'm trying to find here. But, you know, knowing the Spring devs, they've named it something that makes no freaking sense whatsoever. And I have to dig through all this nonsense to get to it. Where is, so started. Required components. Security chain. Memory details manager. Engine client. Signing. Server settings. That's just setting up the endpoint. Well, there's the revocation endpoint. But I shouldn't have to hit an endpoint. I should be able to just tell it to revoke, right? Authentication. Version validation. So, let me stay here. Screen authorization. So, let me stay screen authorization server. Revoke that. Endpoint. Endpoint. That doesn't make any sense. Why is it? I mean, I get that there's an endpoint so the client can revoke their own stuff, but I don't think client will ever really do that. So where? Token. Able to log out users. Commence revocation endpoint. You can always call ID configuration. Configure. Situation may be improved or through logging out. This is necessary when a browser-based session is in use, which will usually be the case with authorization code flow. That session is also required to achieve your goal. What is this? Able to log out user. A reason to revoke the token at this point. Blah 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 blah. Don't need to tie log out revocation for some reason. The question is, how do we achieve both simultaneously? Okay. You simply post to a logout endpoint. You can't manipulate the cookies. Blah blah blah. You achieve this by setting the authentication test handler like so. Oh, the authentication test handler on the OAuth 2 token revocation endpoint. So, delete session here. What? Why would you jump through that hoop? Why wouldn't you just... would always have... What? Remove... By calling authorization servers OAuth to revoke endpoint. Why? Why? I mean... Why wouldn't I just, like, when they delete it, why wouldn't I just say... revoke it from the back end? Why would you revoke it from the front end? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. There has to be a way to... Like, it has to be stored somewhere. Yeah, like, they're opening up a client and calling the revoke end. That's so dumb. Why would you do that? Oh, thanks, Speed. I'll fix that right now. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Revocation response handler. Authorization is fine. Here we go. What are we getting in here? Session invalidating success handler. Sessions. Oh, that's the token revocation endpoint. Why? Why? This that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. So where does it... Token revocation with string authorization server, okay. So, token secret. Oh, there's an introspect. Okay. But what do they do? They just call. That's not what I'm looking for. So how would I do? Say remove then. Custom consent, use lines, consent page. You want to customize GOT. Yeah, but that's not quite right. Okay. not really helping me either. I wonder... Not really giving me what I'm looking for. Where's the... That's not it. Spring security off. Wait a minute. Do they have a... server config. I don't think they have a removing thing in their S there. So for client resource server. A Java doc somewhere. Probably have a Java doc somewhere, but no one seems to ever link to it. Doc, root. No. Source main. Authorization service, authorization consent, token type. Consent service. It has saved and it has removed. Here's the OAuth 2 authorization. So, what I implement OAuth 2 authorization consent service? I think I did. Authorization consent DAO. Yeah, OAuth 2 authorization consent service. So there is a remove here. So when does remove authorization consent? So my guess is remove is actually called by something because it's in the interface, so that means it's probably called by something in Spring, and I should be calling whatever that thing is in Spring, which will then call my thing. Is my guess. Remove. because their remove that they've implemented for JDBC OAuth 2 just literally just removes it from the database, which means something else called. So what calls? Authorization consent service. Authorization consent authentication provider. Error configure. Where are you built? Authorization consent service. Authorization code request authentication provider. Okay, so code challenge. That's valid. Player consent. Well, that doesn't look like it's actually called. I mean, it's brought in the other things, but it's not. Let me see if anyone calls that. Give me everything under the sun here. So authorization consent denied or revoked. Current authorization consent. Where does this come? Not equal no. Authorization consent builder. Find by ID. This is when they authenticate, right? Which is fine. But this authentication, I think, is getting cached. Web session server security context repository. Session. I mean, is it that? Is it? But I could try and find a session, but guess what would it be under? Because this seems to suggest that I could look at all the active sessions in the server and then remove the ones that deal with that client that got removed, but I'm not sure how that would work. Huh. Maybe if I look at what revoke actually does, the revoke endpoint, maybe that'll give me a clue. I'd have to look at, no way I can see that here now, right? I have to go dig into the library. Bring OAuth 2 organization server. Consent service. Consent. Token type. Client. I wish I could search in here. Web. And filter. Token revocation endpoint filter. What does this do? Do filter internal. Okay. Pretty context. Folder clear content. That's on a failure. On authentication, this token revocation authentication. It's authenticating the token. It's going to the success handler. Okay, so token authentication. This, then revocation success versus what the hell is that? Authentication converter, authentication Test handler. It's whatever the default test handler is. Because I haven't configured one. Authentication success handler. Revocation response handler. Oh, for Christ's sake. What is the default? Revocation response handler. I'm gonna trace this up one more here. Auth to token revocation endpoint config. What is the default provided for that? Oh, there isn't a default. Just configure as just. Default authentication providers. Revocation authentication provider. Authorization find by token. Registered clients. Oh, okay. Ah, here we go. Auth to authentication provider utils invalid. Invalidate. This takes the authorization and the token. Authorization get token. So, looks like I could call this maybe. This is static. Oh, class. Okay, yeah, it's a static class. All right. So theoretically, I can call this, but don't know. Calling it with authorization and get token. And then it gets the updated authorization and saves it. Which is what is kind of strange to me. So it's invalidating it here by validating it by was getting from the authorization token, and in the token metadata, it's putting a it's setting invalidated to true in the metadata. So that would be not here, right? No, that would be authorization. Attribute. Wait a minute, which metadata is it? I guess it's the attributes here. Full authorities, me. Copy this into something where I can feel better. Principal authorities, role user, or username. Memory state test. Okay, code challenge, authorization request URI. Response type. Does this have? Doesn't have it invalidated in it. But I don't think it's this now. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything by it not being there. There's authorization code metadata too. Like it could be any one of these metadata columns that just has null in it right now. Through authorization token. A token and its associated metadata. So, okay. Okay. So what I'm gathering here is I've issued a authorization code. Yeah, see, there's authorization code metadata. So it would probably be in the authorization code metadata. Yeah, there it is. Metadata.token.invalidated true. Okay. Okay. So, and then I guess that's the same thing for the access token metadata. Claims. Then, yeah, metadata token invalidated false. So the access token is still valid, which is correct because it's valid until November 20th at 6:58 p.m. So okay. That still doesn't, but What bothers me though is it really should still be checking consent every time you come in. Because consent is considered is part of the deal, right? Like it's, yes, you have to have a valid token, but you should also have to have a valid consent. And it looks to me like Spring is not doing what it's supposed to do and check and recheck that consent again once it's had it once. Which is really bad if that's really the case. Because ultimately you remove an application from having consent to log in as you, that application can still technically log in as you until its tokens expire. And that's not the way that's supposed to work. So I'm guessing then I could call that invalidate, but I have to call it with the token to invalidate, which is fun times. Because I would have to call it, I mean, basically I'd have to call it multiple times and say invalidate. I'd have to go through, I'd have to load up from the authorization table here all of the possible tokens for that client and that principal name, right? So everything for this registered client and this principal name, I would have to go through and find all of the records in here, load up their authorization code values, which is their token, and then say invalidate, and then also I'd have to load up their access tokens if they have any and call invalid. That is really effing annoying way of having to do that. Really weird. Really weird. I still feel like let me see something, because I revoked, so if I look at the consent table, it's empty, right? Because I revoked the consent on that one user, but I still have a token here that is, I have one token that's expired, but I have another token that still technically works or is not expired yet. So if I just pop into Postman with the data that I already had in there from before, right? Will this work? Let me just see if it works. Oh, well, it helps to actually start the server too. Maybe we should actually start the server here, so it has an endpoint to talk to. That would be cool. Clean. Try that again over here. All right, so we got unauthorized, which is correct. All right, so let's do get new access token. And it was user 1, and then I gotta find his password here. Oh, I gotta type that in. Let me hide for just a second. I have to type my master password in to get to it. User 1. Copy that. All right, now back up. There we go. Got it there. Log in. So allow application access. Yes. Come in here. I do a select against this table. We should see a record now. We do. This authorization table. We have okay, reused this row here with its access to, right? Is it? Oh no, it created a new one, right? Because this is 11.3 to 12.3. Yeah, today's 11.3. So okay, created a new record here with an authorization thing, which is fine. At some point we got to go through and just clear out all this garbage that it creates that's got all these tokens hanging around that are semi-expired or no longer useful kind of thing. Use that token. So if I hit this endpoint, boom, we get OK back, which is good, which means we're authenticated. Cool. Now, I come into Hex here. And we see another application's registered under Manage Applications. I delete that. Okay. So come in here. We'll just for sanity's sake, check. And yes, that record is gone. Okay. Come in here. I can still hit that endpoint. It still says that I'm okay. Now, the other thing, okay, that says I'm okay, but of course, when I started the server new, I wasn't okay. That's why I think something's caching that. But it could also be that it's looking at the authorization code and not the access token. Right, so the authorization code is good until 1024. So I could, let me do a little creative editing here. And we'll change this to be, let's say at 1017 my time. We'll make this 10, 1840. There we go. So just clicked over to 1018 here. Do I have a like seconds timer here somewhere? Go stuck. There we go. Alright, so we'll wait until that ticks over to 1018 41. And see I'm still valid. So if it's caching the consent like I think it is, then when I do this, it'll still let me in. If it's not caching it, if it's based on the authorization code, that's going to be a little bit weird, because I'm wondering if it's going to create a new record every time. That's the next thing we got to test. All right, so we're 1019 right now. So if I go try this again, yeah, it still says I'm okay. Even though now if I look, if I do a select here, what does this say invalid now? Yeah, token invalidated true. So that's good. That means it is using like the access token value, which is what I would want it to do. The thing is, though, even though this is still valid, it's, you don't have consent. So if it's session based, then if I clear the cookies here, that will clear out my JSession ID. And if I hit send, I should get a new session ID, which then would mean that I wouldn't have consent anymore and it should fail. And if that's the case, then all I really need to do is somehow find any active sessions for that client ID, which actually might not be that difficult, and invalidate them. So let's see, let's clear the cookies. So that should clear out the JSession ID cookie that comes down. If I hit send, yes, it's still okay. So it's not session based. So merely killing the session on it's not going to do it. Let me make sure that there's a... I wonder if there's... Refresh token request. Refresh request. I see the actual... Well, I can disable the cookie jar altogether. But I wonder... I see what cookies are... Oh, here we go. Cookie. Where's my... Would be, I guess... Local... Post? No. Why is that? Okay. Oh, no cookies. Oh, it's just telling me there's no cookie available. So yeah, so it's not based on the session. So it's caching it somewhere. And I gotta figure out where it's caching it so I can tell it to fuck off. That's a technical term, but only speaking technical term. Let me see. this is not, so it's not here. What else is in this? Get authenticated client, else throw invalid client. Okay. Not much in this provider util. This is the worst part of this is having to reverse engineer how these jokers put this library together just to use it correctly, because they couldn't be bothered to make proper documentation and proper use cases on how to do things. Just you end up having to like figure out their mess in order to do the simple operation you're trying to do. And again, this is why things take so freaking long, because this is definitely not a failing only of the Spring framework devs, but many devs fall into the same trap of the code is just self-explanatory. Like, well, yeah, until you actually try to do like something that should be relatively normal that you just didn't think about, and now you didn't document it, and now nothing is named anything that makes any kind of sense. And so you're left searching around for whatever the hell's going on. Token setting. And to live format. And to live builder. Use refreshed tokens. And to live, yeah, I've set these. But I also don't. I wonder if I track this down. Where's the token setting? If I do a show usage. That's just for. I think that's just the settings. I think it's. What about here? Auth to access token generator, delegating generator, alt auth to token context. What the hell is that? It's just adding a hash map to token. Okay. Sure. Let's have an entire class that just adds a hash map to it. Wouldn't want to change the actual implementations. That would be somehow sacrilege. Ooh. Hell, man. Token introspection endpoint. Token endpoint filter. OAuth 2 endpoint util. All is in here. Oh, get parameters. Wow. Okay, great. Awesome. The revocation filter is the problem. Everything's just a shell around a shell. The shell of a shell of a shell. It's like, just freaking make a full implementation here. Instead of indirection of indirection of indirection. It's like they saw pointers in C and thought, you know what would be great is if we brought pointers over to Java and had multiple levels of indirection. Maybe we won't have to write actual code then if all we do is indirection. And then we can just blame it on the person trying to implement our library, because, you know, they clearly don't understand what to do. What? They're doing a clear context. Well, that's okay. That's if there's an exception, an authentication exception. It's clearing the security context holder context, which makes sense because you don't want an exception to leak details about the token, about security and stuff. So this is just kind of clearing it out of memory so it doesn't leak into, you know, you can't see what happened. It does bother me they don't have they should have a default. But a token revocation authentication convert. Parameters. Type hit. OAuth 2 token revocation authentication to Jesus Christ. Why are you then wrapping this into another fucking thing? Holy hell, man. They wrap it into another class. Which is essentially just a Pojo. And then what are they doing with? Why does that require a Pojo be wrapped around it? You're just revoking a freaking token. Convert. Let's bring authentication back. They literally wrapped it in a freaking Pojo so that it would implement the authentication interface. And now because it implements the authentication interface, it's now, if I try to find usages on it, like I just did, it comes back with 9,000 usages of the authentication interface because everything freaking looks like everything else. What I need to do because I'm looking at the revocation endpoint thinking that it's actually doing what it's supposed to do, but in reality I bet if I called that endpoint it'd still have the same problem where I have an active endpoint that still works. I need to see where they call the consent service. And find out and then trace it back from there and see if they're hashing this consent somewhere. Authorization code request. Authorization consent. Authentication provider. Okay, authenticate. Find by token, blah blah blah. Principal. Unified authorization must be associated to the current principal. Okay. Register client. Attribute. Where's scope? Finish consent. If authorities is empty. Right, okay. So it's doing access denied and all that stuff, which is correct, because you have no more authorities granted, which is a way of saying your access has been revoked. Getting associated with the current principal. I wonder if that's where it's getting cached. So authenticate is called delegating reactive authentication manager, provider manager. The provider manager, maybe. Result. Result. Erase credentials, okay. And it returns it. Authentication manager delegator. So and this delegate authenticator. Then what? Authentication manager. All right, so authentication manager. So I get that, but then all right, let's. The only way I'm going to be able to do this then is to debug. So let's go put a breakpoint on find by ID, and then but this is gonna. As soon as I'm not in debug mode right now, so as soon as I stop this and start again, it's gonna clear out thing. All right, let's do that. Let's stop right now, and we'll in the work directory and start it again in debug mode. I'll just re-up the app and get us back into the state we were in. Come here, let me just test this. Okay, unauthorized is correct. So it's definitely caching it. I just have to figure out where it's caching it and if I can get access to it. So get new access to the user 1 password. Allow. Authentication complete. Use token. Got it. Okay. What cookies are set? Nothing. All right. Fine. So we've done that. I do a send here. Boom. We get OK back. Not unauthorized. All right. Come in here. Applications. Delete that. Like so. I do this again. We're still authenticated. All right. Now, for a breakpoint here and find by ID, because that's part of the interface, so something in Spring may call that. And then I've got to, let me think. Go hex auth to server config. What do we got in here? By default security. Resource server. Settings, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Probably coming through my regular Spring OAuth stuff. Breakpoints here in find by ID and find by client ID in the register client repository. And I don't know where else to put one here. See what's going on. I guess just the authentication provider. Breakpoint there, and I don't know. Tokens. Handler, I guess. Oh, yeah, there's a session request check here. Maybe that's what's... Alright, so I'll put a breakpoint there. Alright, let's see what happens. Did I hit anything? Nope. All those breakpoints and I didn't hit any of them. Okay. Not going through any of that. If I look at the test scroll, if I can put a breakpoint here, I don't know if I can see the principle there, but let's see what happens. Alright, so requests, pretty context folder strategy. Red local security context folder. I wonder... Army class. Anonymous class. Completion token. Resolver. HTTP session security context repository. Huh. Authentication manager. Red local security context folder strategy. Let me look at that. So we'll just run that. Go look that up. Their context. See, that's what they were doing with the utility. They were getting the current context. Oh. Session context integration. Against the security context log for duration of the web request. At the end of the web request, any updates made are persisted back to HTTP session by this filter. No HTTP session will be created by this filter if one does not already exist. If at the end of the web request the session does not exist, the session will only be created if the current contents are not of like object to a new instance. Okay. Filters only being used with basic authentication or similar clients that will never present the same session ID. The set allow session creation should be set to false. Only do this if you really need to conserve server memory and ensure all classes designed to persistence. Context. But see, that's the thing though. It just that it is storing it in the session. I don't see any cookies over here. So there has to be something. Wait a minute, cookies? No cookies received from the server. Cache control. File origin. So if that's the case, there has to be a session under the covers there. How do I enumerate sessions? Let me see. Ring security. Show all. Session config listener active session. That page can't be found. Registry. They auto-wired a session registry. Session binding listener, right? Success handler, log out, and remove attribute user. Alternative method uses session registry. Living Springs session registry, which class manages users and sessions. Get all principals. Get all sessions. List of all their sessions by calling the method get all sessions that are obtained only to currently logged in users. To exclude the expired sessions. Okay. In order to use a session registry class, we have to define the bean and apply it to session management as shown below. I see. And registry info. Okay. I think I see what they're going for. I might have to actually implement this anyway, because you're setting the number of sessions. Hey, Techno Freak, welcome. Because you're setting the number of sessions that are allowed for a particular user. In other words, if you were to open, like in this case, they set it to 1. So if you were to open a browser and log in, and then you open a different browser and log in, it would either stop you from logging in, or it would invalidate your other login session in the other browser and log you out. Now, I don't necessarily care for that as far as the site goes, but I do care for that as far as like, because one of the security things I want to be able to do is to show you all of your currently active sessions. So this would be a way of showing you all your currently active sessions, and then you, as the user, could kill a session that was active that maybe isn't you, or that you're not sure about, much like you can do in Google. So that would be a thing. Okay. Having fun trying to set up a capture setup. You gotta work on a single PC, but you can't pass through your ultra wide monitor to it. Oh, you're gonna do you're gonna capture your gaming PC with a different PC? You're gonna get like a 2 PC setup? Is that what you're trying to do? Maybe I should just implement this. That seems like a good idea. Regardless. And then this will also let me debug into it to see what I'm seeing there, and then maybe fix this other thing. Step down video on a solo PC. Stream 1080, not your ultra wide 1440. Your only PC setup. Okay. It can't pass the 1440 to your monitor. Or you have your work capture. Oh, I see what you're saying. It has no pass-through on it. Captures in 1080. Yeah. Yeah, like the Elgato cards and stuff. Like the older ones that we're not doing 4K, I think they only pass through at like 1080 or whatever their maximum is that they can capture at. But can't you guess through wide, I just can't get the ultra wide through it. Yeah. But can't you the video card on the computer that you're trying to capture from, can't you, isn't there another port in your that you can plug into? Like, I know there's one HDMI port, but there's probably also like a DVI, not DVI. Is it DVI? Yeah, maybe DVI port or something. And then just instead of trying to pass it through your capture card, just have it set up as in a mirrored. Well, you can't. Yeah, mirrored. You still wouldn't get 1440. Well, you could, but you would have to do like an extended desktop, which is probably not what you want. You want a mirrored. Oh. How would you do that? Single with an in and out HDMI on the card. You ran your capture from GPU and captured in monitor. All works with part passing through. Yeah. Yeah. Feed in OBS. It would be. Yeah, how would you do that? You would have to. I mean, it would. No fix but to buy a better capture. $300 one would fix it. Yeah, there's not. Yeah, there's really nothing you can do there, is there? Because it's because when Windows goes to mirror something, like if Windows were to mirror your desktop, it's going to mirror it at 1080, not at the ultra wide. Evermedia HDMI capture card. Yeah. See, technically I would have the same. I would technically have the same problem as well, except that my monitors are 1080. So I kind of skirt around that by being able to, because I mirror my desktop. Like I have it mirrored to the capture card. So I can do 1080p on both. Single hardware that works, adding one to single PC work. Well, that's, yeah, but that's if you're capturing on the same PC, right? If you're just capturing it onto the same, if you're using one PC to do the recording and the application, right? Single PC works with adding a capture card downsize video. Yeah. Yeah, because you're not doing the pass, because you don't have to do the, because you can see yeah, but wouldn't that work for you though? Like just to have AverMedia down sample? Right, but you don't need to pass through if you can just have the capture card down sample for you, right? Because you could just connect your monitor right to the mirror, just downsize your big monitor. Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, it's if you connect your monitor directly to your PC and have your desktop at the high resolution or the ultra wide, can you then tell AverMedia to just capture 1080p downsampled, or does it? Can't mirror to a monitor as no other ones are as wide. Yeah. Oh, that's the card you have to get to fix it. Okay. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I would end up having would I have a similar issue? I guess I wouldn't necessarily have a similar, well, I would, because I'm mirroring my desktop, but my capture card can also, I think it can downsample stuff. Because my capture card doesn't have a pass through at all on it. Because it doesn't need one. It's internal. So so my monitor is connected separately as it is. You have an Elgato 4K 60 Pro? Is that, oh, that's what you have now? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Elgato doesn't, I don't think they support the ultra wides. I don't know if they have anything that's in Elgato that supports an ultra wide. You have a fourth port on your GPU. How can you fake a monitor on it to mirror your... Well, that's the thing, right? I was thinking, because that's what I kind of do. I mirror my desktop, but you can't mirror it at a different resolution that I know of, at least. it'll still be whatever the mirrored resolution, whatever desktop, whatever monitor you're mirroring is going to, or whatever your desktop resolution is what it's going to be in the mirrored desktop. So you can't really, as far as I know, you can't mix and match. You can create you can create an extended desktop, but that's not really what you're looking for, because you're no longer seeing you're no longer seeing the game that you're trying to capture. I plug into my current one on its extra ports, and it won't be displayed. Well, so wait, so you have an Elgato 4K 60, right? That's what you own right now. So why not just an HDMI port to extra port on your monitor, so Ultra thinks there is one. Well, you can do. I would think so. If you've got the 4K 60, right? Then I would say plug your monitor in directly to your GPU, right? Make your desktop the width you want, the 1440, and just send the mirrored desktop. We'll plug your Elgato into the other port on your GPU, right? And just just mirror your desktop to the Elgato at your 1440 resolution. It'll go to the Elgato, which could do up to 4K, right? And then you can actually stream then at 1440 if you want. Or you can downsample it in OBS to 1080. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just kind of reverse it. Instead of, don't use the pass-through at all on your Elgato. Just set your Elgato to the other port that's open. And then mirror your desktop to the Elgato. Yeah. Because that's essentially what I'm doing here. If I bring up the desktop, I say play setting. So I've got, that's not the correct resolution, but I got 1080 by 1920. Or 1920 by 1080, I mean. But it's, I have this Data General Corporation, right? And that's just a replica of my laptop screen. And this guy is a fake monitor. He's the actual capture card pretending to be a monitor. Yeah. You have an idea? Yeah, no problem. No problem whatsoever. But yeah, that's basically what I have. I'll call different things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's essentially what I do. Like, this is, like, my monitor is separate on a separate port from the capture, because my capture card doesn't have a pass-through. So it acts like its own monitor. Which is why for Linux, I've been having problems getting the audio to pass through. So you can't like hear the audio from KDE here. But on Windows I can do it because since the capture card acts as its own monitor, in Windows I have to set it up so that I basically there's the stereo mix channel, which will take the desktop audio and mix it and then send that over to the fakey monitor, which has fakey speakers on it, and send it over the wire to that, and then that's how that gets captured as the stream audio. It's a little weird, but it once I figured out how to get it to work, it's made my life so much nicer because I don't have to worry about, like, you know, capture getting overloaded because the game is doing a lot of stuff and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, go for it. Yeah, you know what? Let me implement this session registry. I wonder if session registry impl is a thing or if I have to implement it, but we'll see. Let's come in here, stop this. And where do I, so this is going to be for every session, so I really should put it in the main thing. So hex security. Headers, common headers, cores, rematcher. Right, so I think I have to sneak it in here somewhere. So if I say, what did I have? Session management. Session register. I go, let me see, HTTP. Session management. Okay. Alright, so I can add that down here. I need the customizer for it though. Application manager, session management. So it's session management configure HTTP security. And this will be security called, oh no, session registry config. So it's registry enable session URL rewriting. Maximum sessions. Okay. So get the pet builder. Nations builder. Currency. This authentication error URL. Don't see. Now it's session. Enable session rewriting. What do they call it over here? Session registry.
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
I don't see anything that has anything to do with the registry. Session concurrency. That's not it. Session creation policy. Fixation. There. I don't think this has what I need. Things have changed since that thing was written. Now it's session strategy.
You guys are so good at that.
Explicit invocation of session authentication strategy is required. What the hell does that mean? URL I get. Failure handler. I'm guessing it's probably under session concurrency here. Just another indirection here. Required session strategy, maximum sessions. Oh, max sessions prevents login. Okay. Session registry. Here it is. Jesus Christ. And then, okay, then you set your session registry there. God damn, they mean freaking levels of indirection to get to it. They make it any harder to freaking configure. Then bean session registry import. So public session registry. Oh yeah, session registry import was something that security has, Spring Security has. Return new session registry import. Okay. Then registry. Big. So that here, session management, and registry config. And same down here. Okay. Okay, that gives us something. So then I have a bean now called session registry that I can now introspect into and find stuff. So if I've got that, then I can actually, I can write out in the test API thing here. I'm just returning a string OK. But I could return all the session. I could say, I could make another one here. Let's say public font entity string new session view active sessions. And private session registry. Auto wire that in. Make this get mapping. It'll say sessions. Response body. Okay. And then I can say session registry. Get all principals, get all known principals in session registry, get all sessions. Get all known sessions for the specified principal. Okay. That's a list of session information. Okay. Yes. Yes, Painzin, it is. It is the streaming service, yep. Yep, indeed. Okay, so information. You can say expire now, get last request, get principal, get session ID. Okay. We'll do that. The session ID. No, I want to do it not for each, but stream and then map. And then do array. We'll just say string session IDs for user. And then this will be, I think I can take principal in here. So get all sessions. For principal, I think. I convert from object to string. Session IDs for user to object. Why would that be coming back as an object? Oh, I guess it doesn't know. Okay, so if I just do string new. Yeah, there we go. Now, and then I can just say return new response entity. And we'll say session IDs for user and status. Okay. Get that. All right. So then this will let me see if I have an active session, which I think I do. Once it's coming in. And then if that's the case, then I know when I remove something, I should go look up that session if we can. Let's see. Because I didn't see a whole lot on this, like, on this object here that I could use. Yeah, let's just see. Let's see if this works first. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves. And do that. And clean and build. Boom, 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 boom. And I'll throw it in debug here. I may want to put a breakpoint in here and see what we've got access to. All right, so we come in here. If I try to do so, instead of slash, I'll do slash session. Right? Is that what I called it? Sessions. All right, unauthorized. Fine. New access token. Oh, I've got breakpoints everywhere. I forgot. Let's turn these off. All right, user 1. Oh, I need to recopy that password. And here, boom, log in, allow access. Alright, use that token. I do a send here. Interesting that it turned out double line string. didn't actually do a 2-string on the string. But there, as I suspected, there is a session there. So that's fine. Undo that. And I can come over here. For user, let me put a breakpoint there. Actually, no. Put it. And what do I want to do? Let me just do this again. Send. No, there aren't any sessions for the user. What is the JWT authentication token? Session ID is null, but there is a authentication token there. Huh. Yes, it works, but I have black bars on top and bottom of the setup. So should I stream that way or just stream normal with the ultra wide? The ultra wide is always, I think, is always going to give you black bars on the streaming sites on Twitch and everything and YouTube. I think, well, the only I think YouTube it won't, but I think on the other streaming sites it will. Oh, it's just downsizing it. Your Elgato 4K is downsizing it? No, just Kick. Oh, but OBS you're downsizing it in, right? The 1080? Because that would make sense, because 1080 is not ultra wide, so it would make sense that it has bars on it. YouTube One can resize it. Okay. Oh, your capture card is downsizing it. Well, why would that be? Because it can take up to 4K, right? So do you have it in OBS? Are you telling it to capture at 1440? So in other words, if you look at your, yeah, you don't get, so if you look at your sources, right? You go to the property of your sources for the Elgato. Are you capturing there at 1440 and then just telling OBS to output the stream at 1080? Because there is a difference there, because OBS, under the settings for OBS, the main settings is where you would set the 1080p downsize, but in the capture, you should be capturing at 1440 under the sources, right? Because that's the thing that's actually talking to the capture card. If that makes any sense. There's like two different spots. Capture limit at 1080. Oh, it won't let you go above 1080 when you look at the sources? Yeah, but you have a 4K 60 Elgato, right? So you should be able to go up to 4K on your capture on that, right? Like I have the old 1080 capture Elgatos. For what it is native capture. Huh. Oh. Even it can only capture at 1080 at 4. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. So it can't capture. It can't capture at. Oh, because it's you're hitting the limit of the bandwidth on USB. Oh. Oh. That's weird. Over its limit of 2560. Oh, right, because it's 2560 by 4000, right? Or something like that, 4K. Or 4000 by 2560, one of those. Yeah, for the width. $2560 by 1440. 4K. You're at 3440 by 1440. Right, okay. So yeah, so it doesn't do, so like you're saying, it doesn't do the ultra wide. In fact, it doesn't really even do wide, right? I guess it does do wide, but not ultra wide. Huh. Yeah, so yeah, I guess then you're just yeah. So it will capture it, but it's just putting black bars on it, right? Like it'll at least capture 2560 by 1440, but it'll reduce your desktop down, or reduce what it's capturing down to that. So it either cuts off stuff on the sides, or it's putting black bars on it, right? I mean, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I mean, I've seen, there was a guy who was streaming Star Citizen, and he had an ultra wide, and his streams on Twitch had all black bars on them. So I don't think that's a huge deal, personally. But I guess it really depends on how much screen real estate is being taken up by it. Because you're probably gonna, I imagine you're gonna tell, you're not gonna stream at 1440, right? You're gonna tell OBS to downscale it to 1080. Because you could probably actually send it out at 1440, and at least the bars wouldn't be so big. You did last weekend. Yeah. You can't downscale it and look right with OBS. And yeah, I kind of figured OBS would be kind of stuck with things. Distorts it too much. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I guess, yeah. I mean, the only way you're going to do it is having that AverMedia capture card do the ultra wide stuff, or you just don't use ultra wide until you set your monitor to your desktop to 2560 by 1440 and just not take advantage of the ultra wide until you can. I mean, that kind of sucks too, but just skip the capture card. They've never seen 720p look so good. Yeah, I mean, you do that. I mean, what would be... Set up your multi-stream a kick at 1720 by 720. I wonder what... let me see something. Ultra wide, resolution. Ultra wide format. You've got 43 by 18, right? Yeah. You got 43 by 18 aspect ratio. So if you could downscale it to something that's still a 43 by 18 aspect ratio, you wouldn't have black bars. So 3 by 18 aspect ratio. .38. 1720 by 720. Yeah. Out there. 20. Yeah, that's 2.38. That's the, like the highest one you can do. 0.38. It only lets you stream at 1080. Yeah, I was trying to find something that was like as close to 1080 as you could get while still being 2.38. But my math is not great. 0.38 would be, let me see here, 120 times, okay, so if I did 1080 times 2.38, 2570. Kick wouldn't even connect until you got to that number. Oh, really? I was gonna say so you tried like 2570 by 1080. That should be 2.38. That's about the closest you could get. Oh, they limited to 1920 watt. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Right. Oh, I wonder though, you could probably do what they do on Twitch. What I've seen some people do on Twitch. Where the hell is my cake? You could do 900p probably, right? 900 times 2.38. Ah, no, that's still over 1920. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably stuck at the 720 resolution. Yeah. You tested everything. Okay, yeah, you tested everything. I figured you went through thoroughly and looked at stuff. I have a new nickname for Kick now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sucks that they're that limited. I didn't realize they were that limited there. I mean, there's a lot of people starting to stream on YouTube now, and YouTube will let you do full res if you want. It actually even sizes the video player correctly. Leftover use tampon from Twitch. Yeah. Or Twitch 2.0 as I've been calling it. Yeah. You could even make the jump to live space and go full. I'd probably go full res. I haven't actually tried. I don't know how far they go with the full res. Because there's a starting to pop over here a little bit. We're getting a lot of people coming in. Took the scraps and made it work. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Eddie had said they're working on something, and next year it's going to be huge because they're going to go do a complete, overhaul of their architecture and all that stuff. And I think I believe him when he says it because they have the money to do it. You had lots of issues there, not in the last few weeks. Letting it get worked on. Okay. Yeah. Did you try the RTMP or did you try the SRT stuff? Because I know, like, I've been doing RTMP over there and I haven't had any issues, but I think a few people have tried SRT and they get like some screen tearing here and there. So I don't know if they fully have that. They're still working on it and stuff. But yeah. But I hear that. I mean, they are still they're making changes, but they got a long way to go. Chat was messed up, not working right. Yeah, they've been working on the chat using multi OBS setup. Okay. Yeah, they're working on chat. There's an indicator now on the chat to say that it's connected and stuff. But it's yeah, they got some work to do. I mean, that's been, it's I like that they've gotten them what they have. A lot of their problems are just that they've kind of pulled off the shelf stuff, I feel like. And they're making it all work together, all this off the shelf libraries and things. But there's a reason why a lot of live streaming services just go full custom. You know what I mean? Restream doesn't like ultra wide. It's even worse. Yeah, I wouldn't use Restream for ultra wide at all. Yeah, they're Restream on as much as I use them and I pay for it. I don't know what they're thinking sometimes. It's just like, you have a product that people want to use, and yet they spend all their time working on goddamn Restream Studio, which is something nobody wants. Everybody wants them to just their Restream service to work properly, and they spend almost no time on it. They barely get any, they don't bring in the new services very quickly. You know what I mean? They're stuck on RTMP. They're not doing anything with their ingest to allow for like AV1 and all that stuff, right? They're just kind of coasting on that. And then their Restream chat, like, it just freaking, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just such a pain. It's like, for crying out loud, guys, like, put some of that money you're getting into the actual product that people are using, not the one you want them to use. Because nobody wants Restream Studio. Stream through your browser. Like, why? I have OBS. OBS is free and it's fantastic. Like, why are you trying to compete with OBS? Stop trying to compete with OBS. It's open source. It's fantastic. It's going to be better than anything you will ever come up with, right? Do the thing that you set out to do. Be a Restream site, you know? Make that product better. It's just, it drives me nuts sometimes. The full custom is the only way to make it right. Yeah. I see that it has a principal, but it's a JWT authentication token, which makes sense. But it doesn't have a session ID, which is interesting. But the principal name is user1. Web authentication detail. OT token. Oh, when does the token expire? Okay, so the JWT token that it has expires on the other dates that we set up, which makes sense. Which is fine. But the problem is that it has cached this principal as authenticated. And it should not be authenticated anymore. It should be gone. Which means when you remove a thing, I need to be able to go through all the sessions and see if you already have a login session. But how would I know that this login session came from how would I know? I mean, the only thing I could do is log out all of your sessions, which sucks from my user perspective, but it would definitely work. What makes me mad is Restream downgrade to 720p for the plan I had. 5 at 1080p. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The plan I'm on, I don't even think they offer the plan I'm on anymore. But they're still happy to charge me the $400 for it a year. But I get I have eight sources, something like that. A maximum of 8 sources, and I get I want to say 5 free hours of transcoding if I want it. Maybe it's 10 hours of transcoding if I want it. But yeah, it's a paltry amount. And then after that, you have to pay for it. Pay per minute, per hour. I forget what it is. Something like that. I could say I could look for we get all principal session IDs for user session registry principal. There's nothing in there. Doesn't seem correct. re-authenticating now? There's nothing in there for those, huh? Interesting. So can I not use this to grab what I want? Or maybe it's just protected from the debugger. Let me turn breakpoints off for a second here. Hey, Maddie B. Welcome. Welcome back. How are you doing? I wonder. Good. Awesome. Mission registry. Get all principles. It means all known principles in the mission registry. Then be presented to get all sessions object. Well, so I would pass it the principal that's currently logged in because you're doing it against yourself. Use Linux. Which one? I'm using Kubuntu. Is what I'm using. And I'm using it on Microsoft Surface. So I have the regular Linux kernel, and then I've got like a kernel patch installed to allow the Surface functions to work. Some of them to work anyway. Not all of them, but yeah. Session information. Remove session information. I would exclude fired session. All sessions for the current principal. And then I guess I would have to, but what exactly? I guess I gotta see what exactly that does. Principal. Where's it's session registry info, right? Where's that? Here. You see? Hey, Adalical. Welcome. Oh, you get it, Rufus? Yeah. I am doing good, Adalical. How are you doing? I wish I could get that other... I tried to get the live space chat to show up on screen, but I can't. I don't want to. I could do the browser source, but I don't want to it would always be on screen. There was another thing that sort of made it come and go, but I can't get it to work. That's good. I'm glad you're doing it. I'm glad you're doing well. I am glad you're doing well. Yeah, there's what is the name of this that they integrate with? Social Stream. I was trying to get that to work and it wasn't happy. Did the pop out chat and dock on OBS? Yeah, I have it docked on OBS as well, but I was going to do an OBS browser source to try to put it on screen because Caster Labs does the chat on screen too, but they don't do LiveSpace yet. So I was going to try to do that, but then the chat would always be on the screen even if it's not moving. So I was like, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can figure something out with that. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, I couldn't quite get it to work. They have like a Electron app that he's using as well, and it's just kind of broken. Did get Streamlabs alerts and Fourth Wall merch store to work. Oh, good. Good. Yeah, I just added, I just created my Fourth Wall store. I haven't released it yet. I haven't turned it on yet. But I already have ideas for things I want to throw in there. Mouse pads and coffee mugs and stuff. So we'll see. Do a test stream of 1080 setup in a capture card and see how people like it, or if they like the 3440 by 1440. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, it depends. It depends, tech. I think it's probably okay. You know, with the bars and stuff, it'll probably be fine. Yeah, you're adding those into, yeah. It's funny because I've never had enough of a following to get a merch store. And then LiveSpace is like, everybody can have a merch store. I was like, okay, I have some ideas. You had a few that loved the 1440 it fit to their big TV. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you'll have plenty who have like their ultra 4K TVs are like, oh, I can see a full screen on a TV. Kind of hurt to have, yeah. Wouldn't hurt to have, yep. Yeah, it's a fun little thing, you know what I mean? You don't have any store either? Yeah, tech, over on LiveSpace, they partnered with, Fourth Wall. So as long as you have a LiveSpace account, you can make a Fourth Wall account and have a merch store. And the nice thing about Fourth Wall is that it's integrates with like YouTube as well. So like if you stream on YouTube and on LiveSpace, you can have your store right there on the page for people. So kind of interesting little thing. So like I said, I like that they're trying they're trying different stuff, which is really nice. I think they have performance rights for like ASCAP and all that stuff. So like if you're a musician and you want to perform like a cover of some band, they have permission to do that. So that's pretty cool. Maybe hopefully they'll get the full mechanical rights at some point. That would be nice. So we could all just don't have to worry about music DMCAs and stuff. Or finding DMCA free music and all that. You have too much fun making up too much stuff, it would just sit there. Oh, it's a 75-inch TV. I have too much fun making up too much stuff, it would just sit there. I feel the same way. Like, I'm going to make stuff and it's just going to sit there, but I still think it's the novelty of it isn't lost on me. I think a lot of streamers who do have stores and stuff probably have the same problem, right? They have all these t-shirts and everything else and they barely get any sales. You know what I mean? But it's just like, it's like the rite of passage, you know? It's kind of like, I keep seeing all these streamers on Twitter being like, here's my energy drink. Here's my energy drink, sponsor. And I'm like, Jesus, how many freaking energy drinks are there now? Like F3 and Coke Bomb and, blow your asshole out and all these other like, brand names I've never heard of before. Everybody's got a freaking energy drink now. It's like, I feel like it's almost like Idiocracy when you had like the what was the name of the thing from that movie where it was plants love the juice or whatever it was. It's like no, you got to use water on plants. What are you thing that's in the toilets? I forget the name of the energy drink thing. Idiocracy energy drink. What was the name of it? Brawndo. There we go. Brawndo. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was funny. Brawndo. Plants love it. It has the electrolytes plants need. Yep, exactly. That's the line. Oh my god, that's funny. That's so funny. I feel like that's streamers nowadays. It's like, look, I got an energy drink now. It's like I got my own flavor. It's mango, cherry, bomb, strawberry shortcake. Whatever. It's like, Jesus. I mean, good Lord. I've never seen so many people just obsessed with energy drinks in my life. I mean, good on them. I have no beef with them at all. It's just funny to me that's like the rite of passage now. Is you have, oh, you have a merch store. Oh, you have an energy drink. Mango, cherry, strawberry shortcake sounds like something that needs to be in my face. Hey, what can I say? I'm not yucking anybody's yum. Whatever floats your boat. Oh my goodness. But it's just funny to see like the sort of rite of passages now. Like I'm trying to think of what would be the next one, you know, the next thing that all the streamers are gonna have, you know. It's customized to their tastes. Shirts and jackets and hats and stuff and drink containers. I get, yeah, and the coffee cup. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's I was looking at on Fourth Wall. They have they have actually some nice clothing there, like pullovers and stuff. But they also have mouse pads and desk pads and stuff. So it's like really, and coffee cups and stuff. So it kind of lends itself to like relatively easy things. Like a mouse pad is a relatively easy thing to kind of like put something on. I was like thinking to myself, like, what could I put on it that would be sort of, you know, emblematic of my channel? And I was like, well, you know, I could slap together like an image of all of the keyboard commands for quick save and quick load in a bunch of games, and then it'll be like, this is the save scum cheat sheet, and it'll be a mouse pad, you know, that kind of thing. So energy bars is new one. Yeah, I guess energy bars would be the new one, be the next one. And I guess, you know, I guess condoms probably will be the next one after that. I mean, why not? Make one with a PC and the RAM melting. Yeah. I've thought about that too, yeah. It's leaking all over, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I have some, like, I have some ideas. I have, like, phrases that I use and stuff put on t-shirts and simple stuff for, like, a coffee mug, you know. Since I like RPGs and stuff, there's simple things I can kind of pull out of there and put on that, you know. Branding. Yep. I mean, that's the, and they have which I find hilarious too, is they also have stickers. They have pins and they have stickers. Right? So you can make pins of like your emote and stickers as well. And like, that is always, that's like the ultimate in addictive stuff when you were growing up as a kid, right? Oh, I got my pin collection, right? Oh, I got all these stickers all over my Trapper Keeper. You know, it's just like, did I just date myself by saying Trapper Keeper? But whatever. Like, you know, you have all that stuff there. Or a bald guy and have his head melting, his memories dying. Yeah, that too. Good old leaky memory. Have the memory leaking out of his ears, you know? Exactly. Yeah, so it's, you know, I figure why not? I could have some fun with some of that. See how it all comes together. And if nothing else, it's just, you know, it's a fun little thing. Ones and zeros drain from his eyes and ears. Yep. It's a shame too, because there's some good jokes that have already been taken. Like there's two kinds of people in this world, there's 10 kinds of people in this world, those who understand binary and those who don't, you know. But I can't snarf those because they're already taken. Okay. So with that, all right. So I'm gonna get rid of this because this is not. I just wanted this as a quick tip of what's going on there. Session registry. So I think I could look for anything that is a JWT token and expire those. So when we go into, now I gotta find the, where are we at here? Settings, applications. So settings controller. Let's stop this because I'm gonna have to recompile. So revoke application access. Application ID, principal name. So what I'll do, instead of doing principal name, I'll just bring in principal here. Like that. Like that. And then let's pull in session registry. And then we'll say we'll get the list. So it's going to be session registry. Get all sessions for this principal. Don't include expired ones. And that brings me back a list of session information. What do we have in here? We got fire now. Principal, session ID. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll loop over how we do it. So sessions, stream, filter, that. Get principal instance of WT authentication token. Then each of those call session information fire now. Reaches a terminal operation, right? Yes. Okay. Okay, so go through the list of sessions that come back from the get all sessions for this principal. Look for any that are instance of the JWT Java Web Token authentication token. It's only going to be for this user. And for each one of those, expire the session. That does mean it will expire. It'll expire sessions for other applications that are registered for this user. But those applications, when they reconnect, will still have consent, so they should be okay. So it should only be like a temporary blip for those things, I would think. So, all right, let's see. Assuming that this actually is the thing that's caching stuff, and this will actually work. So, we'll go clean build. We can test this. One way or the other, even if this doesn't work the way I want it to, it's still good to have this session registry, because I was thinking at some point of having a page for the users where they can see all their currently logged in sessions and kill them from that page. So this enables me to do that one way or the other. So let's start there. I suspect that this will work for this. We'll see. Because when the server restarts, it now, like when I try to do this, it says unauthorized, which is correct. So I say get new access token. I say user 1, password, authentication complete. Use that token. I call the API endpoint. It says OK, which is correct. Hi, call me Kinku. Welcome. So then over here, I should see that application registered. It is. But delete that. Say yes. Ooh, what happened there? That looks like that failed. Oh, it said it did successfully, but it's failing. Most definitely failing. So let's see what's going on here. What is happening here? Wow, no error? That can't be right. Oh, it's maybe it's not get name. It's gotta be get. How else would you get the username? Unless I have to dig in. No, you get name, right? Where's my, okay. Hang on a second here. I am working on a streaming site, similar to Twitch and Kick and all the others. But I'm doing it for fun, and I'm doing it as an open source project. Still very early in the process, and just kind of I'm doing it because I complain a lot about how sites conduct themselves and what they work on, and I thought it might be beneficial if I just made something. If I just made it the way that I think it should have been made in the first place, and just throw it out there. And if anybody wants to drop on by and use it, they're welcome to do so. No, I don't have the site up yet. No, I'm still early on. Working on authentication and stuff right now. And I don't really have any intention on me personally running the site. Because that involves money that I don't have. My intent really is to just put the code out there on GitHub and then see if it picks up any takers as far as someone wanting to explore how to use it. Build it, we will join. Yeah, I know a lot of people who watched me do stuff would be more than willing to join in, and if I launched a server and just kind of kick the tires and stuff, and maybe I will. I don't know. Right now I have a mental block right now. My mental block is the video ingest stuff. Because my biggest worry right now is like I could do like everything else, like the chat and the, oops, sorry, I hit the mic. The chat and the channel pages and the authentication and all, database stuff. All that stuff is stuff that I've done in the past in some capacity, and I'm pretty confident I could make that work. It's the video stuff that scares the Jesus out of me, because I've never tried anything with video stuff before, like RTMP ingest, the web RTC ingest. Like I've never done anything like that, and that's kind of the linchpin of the whole operation. Without that, you don't really have a streaming site, right? So that's the part where I'm like, if I could somehow figure out a way to get over that hurdle, that mental block that I have, and get something that actually works, then we could start talking about like, well, maybe I can put some money aside and get like a server running and stuff like that, You like a kick cheat? Get away from work, have fun. You like a kick cheat? Yeah. That's true. I could just point it at AWS video and call it a day, right? But I mean, that's my complaint now about Twitch too, is that they've drugged their feet for a long time with their video backend as far as taking in AV1 and all that stuff. Now apparently they're working on that, and that's coming, but it's freaking about time, right? It's like I think they're finally feeling a little bit of a little bit of fire under their asses and they're trying to actually improve their infrastructure a bit. Then throw a few $1 million at a celebrity streamer. Oh, Jesus. Don't get me started. Oh, man. Spent a ton of time on money and money on just faces in the backbone. Yeah, it's... Oh. I wish people would learn from history. Like, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it, right? And I thought for sure, with how popular Mixer was and how important Mixer was to so many people, that someone would have noticed or done a post-mortem on it and found out, hey, one of the things that killed Mixer, there's many, but one of the things that killed Mixer was they threw a bunch of money at celebrity streamers and didn't get return on that investment. You know what I mean? Just, god damn, how many times do we have to go down that path before somebody figures it out? You know? Repeating history, Glimmers to Mixer doesn't answer. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how many times do we have to go down that road before it finally clicks in people's minds that you don't build a community by throwing money at it. You build a community by, by listening to feedback, being attentive to what's going on. You build a community by dog fooding, what we call dog fooding in programming terms, which is you use the site that you're building and you be a streamer and go through the hardships that we go through on a daily basis, and then you'll learn what's good and what's not, and you'll learn why people like certain things certain ways. And oh god, yeah, I agree, dog fooding is the key, right? That's the thing that one of the biggest things that killed Glimish is they did not dog food. It was just like a, I was writing code for them. And when I left there, I had like 1,200 hours of streaming time on Glimish. Because they told you your total streaming time on the settings page, right?
It's not about getting all the
I can guarantee you
it's about getting
that the owners of and maintainers of Glimish didn't even come anywhere close to that number, right? Like, how do you not use the tool that you're trying to foist upon other people and expect to do a good job? You can't expect to do a good job if you don't understand the freaking headspace that people are in. If you don't understand your audience, how are you going to entertain them? If you don't understand your audience, how are you going to make a good software product for them? You know? You need more than an idea. You need to own your own. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A ton of hours streamed there. Oh, and I wanted, Tech, I'm with you. I wanted it to work too. I mean, I put a lot of hours into like getting features on there that I thought were good for the community. You know?
You want those.
That the community never got to use. You know, the animated GIFs, the I don't even remember half the stuff anymore. It's been so long now. You know, the animated GIFs, the autocomplete on when you type the @ symbol in, so it auto completes the name of the user for you, and you know, all kinds of stuff. And Mytho had freaking interactive his first pass at Interactive done, and nobody ever got to see that in action. You know, it's just vanity. And then all the while being told, well, you guys don't really know what the site needs. Like, really? I mean, because we're using the site every day. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's the stance you want to take? That we couldn't possibly know what the site needs. We only use it every freaking day. It's just, oh man. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. It amazes me how, and this is not an isolated thing. Like, this happens in technology all the time. Like, I can't get into any details, but I was talking about it today with one of my colleagues at day job. There's projects going on there that are outside of our little area of influence that are just an absolute mess. They're just you look at the flow chart of boxes of how things are supposed to talk to one another, and it's just like arrows everywhere, and it's like, what are you guys doing? And then, their whole goal is to, like, we're gonna make this one ginormous app that looks identical regardless of what you're trying to do. And it's like, why would you want that? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, well, some analyst says that we need this. I'm like, so some analyst somewhere said, oh, you have a spreadsheet app and you have a word processing app, but they should have the front end of Twitter. It's like, what? There's two different audiences for those apps. Why should they have one front end that doesn't serve either of those audiences? Like, what the hell? There's a reason a spreadsheet looks like a spreadsheet. There's a reason a word processor looks like a word processor. You don't just suddenly say one day, all right, everybody, we're going to put all of our financials into PowerPoint. Like, it doesn't make any sense. We're going to manage all our financials in PowerPoint. We're not going to use the spreadsheet, which is what was meant for them in the first place, because its interface looks too different. Like, looks different because it needs to be different. It's got a different functionality in life. It's got a different purpose in life. It's okay to have those things talk to one another in the back end, but they don't necessarily have to look the same. And it drives me insane, because there's no, they hear, oh, everything's got to look identical, and they never put common sense. They never inject common sense into the formula. And so you end up spending years and millions of dollars having developers work on something that ultimately your clients are going to reject. And it's ultimately the clients that are keeping the company from, they're the ones paying the bill. It's like, what are you thinking? Oh, man. Hey, Zarbin. I am making, so I call this the Hex Project. I am making a streaming service similar to Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff. Very, very early. Just working on security stuff right now, and logins and third-party app logins and stuff like that. And it's open source, and I'm just doing it as a hobby. I'm not in any kind of rush. These coding sessions they're part coding and they're part just chatting. Like this is kind of my way of having like a just chatting stream, but also accomplish maybe a little bit here and there as I go. Because I don't have the kind of personality where I can just kind of have a just chatting stream. I kind of need something to do in between. So that's kind of how I've sort of hybridized this. Yes, I am streaming on multiple services, changing. I'm on, right now I am on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and LiveSpace. And that's it. Yeah, those four. LiveSpace is what I consider to be my home-ish for the most part. My home, streaming service. So that's kind of what the one I promote, but the other ones are just, I'm just restreaming too. How much do I pay for internet speed? I pay quite a bit for internet, but I'm not, those streams are not all coming from my computer. I'm jumping through, Restream.io. Restream is doing all the heavy lifting of dividing the stream out to all the services. I'm just sending one stream out, so I got plenty. I still have plenty of bandwidth left over. Yeah, I've got. In fact, speed. Yes. Do this. I should be getting a relatively close to a gig, which is a fairly. I upgraded this year, so it's suffering right now because I'm streaming, but usually it's a lot better than this. But yeah. Yep. Yeah, usually my, so I have symmetric download, so it's usually around 800, 8 to 900 on both those. You don't ever really get a full gig because that would require them to market things, properly. Yeah, minus my streaming use right now. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Over here with like 200 down and 50 up. Oh, well, trust me, I had 100 earlier this year. I only upgraded, I think I upgraded to gig, I want to say June, maybe? So it's still relatively new to me too. But I like my internet was dying a lot. And so I was just like, look, you guys need to come out and fix this. And they're like, well, you're on ancient equipment, so we're going to have to upgrade you to a gig. I was like, all right, fine. I was like, how much more is it going to cost me? $5 more. I was like, all right. Sold. 100 to gig, for like $5 more. But I'm already on like I'm on one of those like triple play plans, so it's like the phone and the internet and TV, and I never even use the TV, so it's like I'm paying for stuff I don't use, but what do I say, you know? Hardline fiber to the house. Oh yeah, that's what I got. I've got fiber straight to the house. Yep. Those speeds, when can you move in? We'll have to talk about rent, but yeah. Yeah. No, it's so to be fair to me,
Oopsie.
thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I didn't see actually who followed, but thank you for the follow. Component. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. To be fair to me, when I was years ago in the city, I had Comcast. I was stuck with Comcast. And Comcast was just the worst. Like, you know, you were lucky to get any kind of decent bandwidth at all out of them. I had to call them so many times just to get them to freaking go up the pole and just fix their mess at the pole, you know? Oh yeah, Shitfinity, oh yeah. Oh, it's terrible. God. And then I moved out to the suburbs, and when I was looking for a house, I was like, I want a house that's in Verizon's fiber area. I specifically looked for one because, you know, I'm a tech guy. I need internet. I found one, and that's the first thing I did. I was like, even before I moved anything in, I was like, I'm not moving any of my stuff into the new place until I've got internet set up. So I literally had just a box in here that I hadn't opened with a laptop on it. And I told the Verizon technician, hook it up, hook it up to the laptop, and just do it that way. And then once I had that, I moved all my stuff in. But yeah, it was. I did that specifically because I was like, I need to get away from Comcast. They're driving me nuts. And Verizon has been actually pretty darn fantastic. I have, you know, the problems I was having earlier this year are like the first problems I've had with it in 15 years. Like I moved here like 15 years ago. So it's like, I had almost no problems with them up to that point. So they've been very, very solid and very good. You know, knock on wood. So, you know, there's the occasional like blip here or there, but it's not usually for very long, and it's not, you know, usually that earth shattering. So. Do an upgrade to your internet. They'll be matching up and down speed, increasing your all over speed for an extra $20. We found out I had the option for fiber to the house. It's like, yes, please now. Exactly, Tech. It's like, oh, I have option for fiber. Yes, please do that. You need to dig up my yard to bury it. Go for it. Go for it. I'll just be over here sipping my tea, waiting for you to hook me up. I mean, you know, and now, like, you know, back then I still had an office to work at. You know, it's with the recent me not having an office and having to work from home all the time, like having an internet that's stable and I can do and I could, you know, video conference and all that stuff is just fantastic, because I just, you know, I don't have to worry about like, oh, the internet's down, I got to go to the co-working area, you know, to do stuff. So yeah, I'm full-time remote now. Yeah, I know there's a lot of return to office going on, and I'm not convinced they won't do some sort of return to office. But our group, it's weird. Like, the thing I love about this job is that, like, I generally liked working in small startups. But what's really cool about this job is it's got that sort of small startup feel, but it's a larger company under the cover. So like there's a big, the headquarters down in, North Carolina. But we're like a small group, a small offshoot was bought by them, back during the .com era. And they just kind of keep our little area, like we're self-sufficient mostly, except for, obviously money, but otherwise we kind of just keep to ourselves and do our own thing, and we have our own app and all that stuff, and we have a lot of leeway over our own sort of domain. And so it's like working at a small startup, but with the stability of a larger company under the covers. So it's been really nice. So they've had a lot of people return to office at the headquarters, although they downsized the headquarters even, so they didn't have that many return. But our little group of like 20 or whatever, maybe they'll have us go back to office. I don't really know. The amount of money they're saving on not having us there, I feel like is enough justification for them to kind of not do that. But it all depends on, like, whenever there's a changing of the guard, which happens like every couple of years, you get a new management team in, and they all have different ideas about what makes success, and none of them are actually what makes success. But they got their ideas. So yeah, technically I am at a large, medium to large company. It's not like, I think we have like I want to say a couple thousand people. So it's not like a huge multinational or anything like that, but it's also not, I wouldn't call it a small company either. But it's I enjoy it. I'm the type of developer that usually gets the 5-year itch. You work at a company for 5 years and then you're like, okay, I've seen and done what I want to do. I want to go somewhere else. This place though, I'm still enjoying it, and I've been here almost like 10 years now. Coming up on 10 years, or did I pass 10 years? I'm coming up on 10 years, I think. What was it? 2014? Yeah, coming up on 10 years. So, yeah. 5 years, that's a long time. As long as you've been in companies like 2.5 years. No, I get you. Fortune 100 company. No, they're not Fortune 100 by any stretch of the imaginations. But they're decent size. But yeah, no, I feel the same thing. I went through a stint where I was getting like my first job I worked at out of college. I worked for 5 years there, a little over 5 years. And I'm like, okay. And that was in insurance industry. I was like, okay, I'm kind of done here. Let's go somewhere else. And so I went to e-commerce and spent like 3 years there, and I had to leave because I burned out big time in e-commerce. The work-life balance there was pretty bad. I've never in my life sat like we had cubicles and stuff, but we like to collaborate in the conference room. So we took over a conference room and made it our work area. And I sat there many a night watching the sunrise because it was like I'd work all night long on projects. It was pretty bad. Then I kind of had like a year? maybe a little over a year at a analytics, marketing analytics company. And then I had like another slightly over a year stint at a health information company. And then moved into the place I'm at now, which is like chemical management and stuff. So I've kind of jumped around between a lot of different industries, which it's funny because a lot of the guys I knew, like from my first job, are still in the insurance industry. They're at different jobs or different companies, but they're still in insurance. And it's funny to me because it wasn't until I started jumping between different industries that I realized that like everybody's got pretty much the same problems. They just have different constraints around how to solve those problems, you know? Yearly raises aren't keeping up with inflation. Got a job hop to get that. Yeah, no, I hear you there. I haven't had really any problems with my raises at this particular company. No problem at all, honestly. It's been really good. But what was funny to me. Oh, actually, I had another job in there too that I forgot about. My last job, which was marketing or sales signage stuff. Sales gamification is what it was. Weird and interesting, but they had that company was divided into like two areas. Like the whole engineering staff was on the East Coast, and the rest of the company, the marketing and everything else, was on the West Coast in like San Jose. So I got to go out to San Jose for a couple days, and what a different freaking tech culture there is out there. Like out there, like nobody gets raises. The only way to get a raise is to actually change jobs, from what I could tell, and what I was told. So it's like no wonder Silicon Valley, you know, tech jobs are so like they're always constantly dealing with brain drains because they don't really give out raises. If you want a raise, you gotta just go find another company, kind of thing, you know. So I'm kind of glad being on the East Coast that, you know, we still get proper, you know, attention, proper attention and care as the time goes on, you know. I was in trucking, did a few years on the road, did some local, regional work, back to some local work, and now it's 2 years out of it. Yeah, Just do factory work, yeah. Working on autonomous driving software next to take over truck driving. Oh no. I think the whole AI thing, they really need to look at. See, here's the problem. They're trying to sell AI to business people. And the only way to sell AI to business people is to tell them how many jobs they can eliminate and how much money they can save by eliminating those jobs, right? And in reality, the only long-term solution for AI, I feel, is selling it in a way that it enhances the already existing job, right? Like having an automated trucking fleet just doesn't seem necessary. You know what I mean? The only one who wants an automated trucking fleet is the guy who doesn't want to pay employees, you know? Almost had a job monitoring self-driving trucks for a company and just didn't take it. Make roller coaster tracks, get the idiots off the road. Well, I mean, you know, a lot of the stuff that's being, I mean, you would know better than I would, but it's a lot of the long haul trucking is not really necessary, right? Like a lot of that should be being taken up by railroads, and it should be just short hops from railroads to where they need to go. So I don't know. I mean, you know, it should be more like a regional thing, I would think. But you know, that's just how our infrastructure is set up, I guess. Take 16 years off the average lifespan. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, what I do is not any more healthy either, right? Like the only one that you have high levels of blood in your pee and it's okay from how rough the roads are. Hairs on the organs. Yeah. I mean, it's, yeah. I mean, what I do is not necessarily healthy either, which is just sit here in front of a computer all day. Now, I'm not tearing organs or anything, but I'm certainly not doing anything good for my body, as evidenced by the fact that my legs are always swollen. You know? But yeah, once you drive the truck, the government stops you from getting disability. Statistically, one of the worst professions you have for health. I believe it. I believe it. You know, I don't proclaim to, you know, it's anything that is repetitive like that has got to take its toll. You know, you're dealing with varying conditions, you're dealing with, you know, road conditions that are not always ideal, vibrations, all that stuff, you know? I mean, you're, in many ways, you're probably, it's like you're driving a jackhammer all day, right? Like after a while, that has to take its toll on you. It's a hard one for sure. Compresses your spine, makes you shorter every 5 years. Yeah. You lost 2 inches. Yeah. Yeah. No, I can see it. I mean, yeah. For some reason, I'm reminded of like astronauts and stuff, and how, you know, you go up on the International Space Station for a year. They spend like a year or so up there, and they come back, and that takes a toll on them too. Like that compresses their spines, and they get, you know, doses of radiation that, you know, no one else would get for their lifetimes, and all kinds of stuff too. Yeah. Bored or stress smoking, increase in sugary drinks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You drive too much. Truck drivers are 50% more likely to have hypertension. Yeah. Yeah, no, all that all that makes sense to me. Because given what you're doing, yeah. On a daily, given what's going on a daily. Yeah, so someone has to do it. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, that's, you know, it's one of those unfortunately thankless jobs, but are very, very, very necessary. Last 10 years is all gone to fast food. Yeah, the almighty saving a buck, right? Oh wait, did I start this in? Oh, I wanted to start in debug mode here. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Everyone's slanging truckers and then hated them. Yeah. Unfortunately, people's memories are very, very short. The truck stops with Annie Ann's or Elite. I have not had an Annie Ann's pretzel in so long. There's actually one near me too. I should do that at some point. 2.5 seconds long. Yeah, exactly. The only time you got it or at this truck stop, it's like a reward. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the mall near me has it. I should go over there at some point and partake. It's been a while. Hopefully they're still there. Malls have been hit pretty good along with everything else. I'm just gonna send this unauthorized. I wonder why is it saying unauthorized if I didn't actually delete? I can turn some of these off. I wonder why that's saying it's unauthorized when I didn't delete it from the table. Alright, well here, right? Huh. Interesting. No. That might be it. Something for another day. I'm not going to fix all the bugs in it because there's still going to be some more to deal with. But I can missed the one you stop at for chicken. Yeah, there you go. Fresh chicken. Yeah, you find a good chicken shop, like you keep that in mind because they're kind of like a cheesesteak in Philly, right? you find a good Philly cheesesteak place, you keep it bookmarked, right? Because so many people do it crappily. Oh, it's still in there. Okay. And that. All the right spot. That's completed. Have a Wawa hoagie? Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Italian subs. Crab Shack. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll probably end up tomorrow when I do my stream tomorrow in the afternoon. I end up going to Wawa at nighttime. Get a hoagie. My stiffness. Goes through. We're okay there. You miss Wawa, they need to spread faster. It's funny because that's all you see anymore around here. Is just Wawa everywhere. Like, I'm pretty sure not only did they displace 7-Eleven, but they've popped up even more places than 7-Eleven even had back in the day. Making hot sub so dang good it took a minute for them to make, but well worth it. Central PA right now. Rudders runs this area. Just live in Orlando. Wawas are everywhere. Yeah. I'm just outside Philly. So Wawa is like everywhere, everywhere here, all through the stuff. So. So right now, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here we have this quick trip that kills for food. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, what's the other? Oh yeah, we're starting to get like Royal Farms. That's starting to kind of break in too, a little bit. And then we've got like, what was it? Jersey Mike's, which is and then Subway, which is pretty terrible anymore. And what was that other one? I forget what the other one was. But yeah, we have a couple like low tier things coming in too. Royal Farms chicken is elite. We'll have to see. Royal Farms is slowly moving their way into the area. I think my brother goes there a lot for like coffee and stuff. But I think they're sort of slowly moving up out of New Jersey, and into Pennsylvania. So, waiting to see them come by at some point. West of Mississippi is called Quickstar. Name issue. Okay. You're gonna try LiveSpace again? All right, go for it. Go for it, Tech. See what happens. You can try and. It's a shame. Yeah, you're gonna hesitate anything. Yeah. I was gonna say it's a shame. You could try and see how much you could push, how wide a screen you can push out the LiveSpace. Let's see what they take. I think they. I don't know if they have hard limits on things yet. Other than I think their bandwidth they limit to 18K. I think not 18K, 1800. So instead of like 8,000, which I think is if you really push it. I think Kick is only 6,000. So, yeah, I think that's something like that. Something like that. I'm not even anywhere close to that. I'm just doing, I think 4,500. I'm kind of like, I'm not gonna push too much. I'm just gonna go 4,500 and just we'll deal. So no 8K bitrate? No, I haven't been pushing 8K. You did 10K that one day? Yeah. On Glivish, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's no, I haven't pushed the limits too much. The other problem is too, you when you go outside the normal settings, is that Restream starts yelling at you. Like, these are unoptimized settings. Like, whatever. Testing limits before they added limits, yeah. Yeah, I think they added the 8K limit after you, yeah, max bitrate, yeah, Zarban, yep. Kick is 8K. No, yeah, Kick is 8K. I thought they were 6K, but okay, they're 8K. LiveSpace needs to be 10K plus. Yeah, I think I heard LiveSpace is 18K. I believe, because I think they do support 4K 60. They don't support AV1 yet, but they said they're going to look into it. Kick is 8K, YouTube is 8K, Twitch is 6K. Oh, okay. So I had it reversed then. The Twitch is 6K, Kick is 8K, and YouTube is 8K. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, again, I don't really push the limits very much at all. I probably should turn it up a little bit. I probably should at least go to 6K or something. But, you know, I haven't had really any complaints. You know what I mean? You're going to hold off on game stream here until AV1 is out. Oh, yeah. No, AV1 is going to be... AV1, I think, is going to be very, very game-changing in a lot of places. Because you could do AV1 on YouTube right now. And I've seen... I think Super James World was testing that on YouTube at the one day. And the picture was just beautiful. Like, it was crisp, very crisp. So yeah, if you see AV1 start to go out there, I think it's going to be a really noticeable change. You know. And that's the other thing too, is I need to the thing I want to do, if the holiday season's coming up, I need to buy myself a present. And so I really need to upgrade my streaming PC. And so I'm like, I was thinking initially, I was like, oh, I should probably get a really good processor and then just do X264. And then I started looking into it and I realized H264 has pretty much caught up to it. In many cases, the X264. And AV1 blows all of it out of the water, as well as HEVC. So I was like, maybe I should just, get a 3090 or something, or 3070 at least, and just go that route. Really not feeling YouTube. Discord supports AV1 too. The game changer for his late night Discord calls with voice. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's YouTube for a long time has not been really that great as far as streaming is concerned. But in the last couple weeks, I've started to see a lot more uptake on YouTube. And I think it's now that Twitch has kind of opened up the floodgates with the multi-streaming, I'm starting to see a lot of longtime Twitch streamers multi-stream between Twitch and YouTube. And I think that's starting to drive, I think they've made some algorithm changes where like long form content is being promoted a little bit more now. And so I think things are kind of, as far as like viewership is concerned, I think things are kind of changing over there. I just wish they would just do a complete UI overhaul, both from the viewer perspective and from the streamer perspective, because that's the biggest stumbling block over there right now, I think, personally. That's the one thing that I think keeps them from getting more widely adopted, is that they just kind of bolted the streaming stuff on top of the existing shit they already had, and now you just got shit bolted to shit, and it's not, it's not really the way to go about it. They better shorts ruin so many established channels. Oh yeah, no, I agree. There was many years there where YouTube started promoting shorter and shorter and shorter streams, or videos, I mean. And so like if you did anything that was even remotely long form, like half-hour videos or something, like you weren't getting any promotion at all. You had to be like 12 minutes or less. And now I think it's kind of, I think something has tweaked where it's kind of gone back a little bit. Because definitely shorts are definitely getting promoted as much as they were. But I think live streams are starting to get promoted even more now, or more than they were. Because I'm seeing, not necessarily when you're live am I seeing people watching live, but I'm seeing a lot more people watching the VODs afterwards, So seeing a lot more hits on the VODs and stuff. So that tells me that it's kind of promoting the longer form content again, which is good. That's pretty much all I do. I've never been one to be terse about about anything. So this is going through. So then, I wanted to look at the one thing off there, didn't I? Oh no, I have it on the remove. Okay, we're good there. So in here, when I click this, that should hit my breakpoint. It does. So its principal get name is okay. Oh, it's remember me. Okay, that's not correct. What do I have to do? I have to do principal. Oh, principal get principal, probably, and then get. Ew. Ew. So wait a minute. Debug shell. Principal. I can't access. Well, that. Okay, so I can see what I gotta do here. Let's say further. That's fine. I have the username readily available. We'll grab that. MySpace has no bitrate limit. Okay. Should be 4K 60 at 30. Yeah. Want it. Okay. Where do LiveSpace servers locate? Twitch and Kick using AWS. Yeah. Oh, hey, Steve. What we're building looks remarkably like our code. Lots of fun Java. Yeah. So this is my X project, and this is meant to be a live streaming service, just like Kick and Twitch and LiveSpace and all that stuff. Very early on, just doing security stuff right now. Very beginnings of logins and stuff like that. And I'm just doing it for fun. It's an open source project. I'm gonna throw it out there. I think I put a BSD license on it, so you can pretty much do anything you want with it. And I'm just doing it because I've been streaming for many, many years. I have many, many complaints, and I thought it was time to just kind of put my time where my mouth is and actually like make a site that I think would be successful, but at the same time I'm just a code monkey. I don't do business stuff, so you know, I there's little hope that I would be able to run a business, so I just kind of figure if I write the code and I throw it out there, maybe someone who knows business stuff will run with it, make a site where we can all call home and, you know, kumbaya, all that stuff. LiveSpace is all Java Spring Boot. Yeah, this is, yeah, so I am using all Java, and I'm using Spring without the boot because I don't like Spring Boot. So I'm using Spring Framework without the boot as much as I can. Oh yeah, no, I'm using Spring Security, and I've been fighting with the OAuth stuff too. I actually got the OAuth stuff to work for third-party authentication and stuff. That's what I'm testing right now, is being able to remove authentication on a third-party app and have it actually kick that app out. Oh, my cam froze. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Speed, for telling me. This goddamn Elgato cam is going to be the freaking death of me here. Where is my mouse cursor? Let's play. Where did my mouse cursor go? Let's play. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. It's on one of 3 computers, and I found it. Properties. There we go. Activate, deactivate. Boom. There we go. We're back. We're back. Yeah, less boot part. We're not using a lot too. Using Hibernate. Ooh. So can I ask you, Steve, why Hibernate? Do you plan on using multiple databases? Because I've used Hibernate in the past, and I can tell you, I would never use it again unless it was for the, like, when we used it at the job that I was first at out of college, our customers dictated what database and what application server we had to run on. So we used Hibernate because our application had to run on SQL Server, it had to run on DB2, it had to run on Oracle, all those things. Ever since then, I've always been on a lockdown system where it's like we're running Oracle or we're running, SQL Server or something. And so since then, I just use JDBC template all the time. Because it's just like, yeah, you got to write your own select statements. And they start to look like this. Let me get a DAO here. I've got my columns listed out and all that stuff. And yeah, I got my updates and I got all this stuff, and it looks kind of, you're redoing a lot of boilerplate stuff, and I get that Hibernate takes a lot of the boilerplate stuff out, but the N+1 queries and all those other problems that Hibernate brings in, I just, sometimes you think you're pulling one object and you're pulling an entire object graph in, and it just, like, making that perform just sucks. So you have lots of objects, classes, saves a lot of work in managing things. Users in streams, it's history. Oh, you're using Elasticsearch and stuff. Okay. So I get it. I get it from a perspective of if you're going to be like caching stuff, like in Elasticsearch, or you're going to be doing like a Mongo thing or whatever. Like then I can understand it, because then you don't want to deal with like translating between one variant of SQL and another. So 25-year plus DBA. So here, complexity rises. You need to watch before. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we ran into. So the last time I used Hibernate was back in like 2005, 2006. Was working at an insurance company, and our biggest problem was that you would end up bringing in, like, you just wanted a simple, like, you wanted 3 columns out of one table, and you end up bringing in that table plus every foreign key down to Timbuktu and all the object graph that came with it. And we always had to kind of make these little workarounds where we would just kind of need, I just want these three columns kind of thing. So since then, everywhere I've worked, it's been just been JDBC template. And actually, the place that I worked at that did Hibernate, they got bought by Oracle, and Oracle came in and said, you guys got to use Ibatis SQL templates. So they ended up having to change over to that, which is its own kind of hell. Oh, it froze again? Okay. Yeah, let me fix that. Sorry guys, I don't know what's up with this camera. I've tried a couple different things, but I need to it's a shame because the camera's got a really good quality, but I might switch back to my Logitech and deal with the crappy quality on that, because at least it worked without me having to do stuff. All this week you're working on DB performance, reducing queries, ensuring paging performs, network DBs, hundreds of queries all over to JPA repos, help us centralize. Okay, yeah, I got it. No, I'm not. This is not me. This is not me criticizing. This is me learning. I always like to know. I always like to learn how people are doing things, because to me, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, I always assume somebody knows something that I don't know. Right? Like, I don't know a whole lot. There's a lot less that I know than I don't know. So I always like to hear the use cases and stuff, because you never know when that kind of thing just kind of helps out, even on the day-to-day, my daily, day job and all that stuff, right? We've been writing more overtime in an engineering blog, how we do stuff. Oh, cool. That's awesome. You used Ibatis long ago too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's it's it's one of those things. Like I'm a creature of habit too. Like I was just like, I'll just use JDBC template because that's what I've always used. Or what I've mostly used. But, a lot of my knowledge, that's the other thing too, is when you don't use a library for a while, the library ends up updating and fixing a lot of the inherent problems it had in the first place. And now you sound like a crazy man yelling at the clouds, Gotta get your public APIs up and running soon, which is sort of fun. Yeah, so the way I have it here is, and this is a variant of what we do at my day job too. We're just using Spring MVC to do the actual quote unquote REST controllers. We don't, like at the day job, we call them REST services, but in reality, it's all just post. We don't use all the verbs. And at the end of the day, it largely doesn't matter for what we're trying to do. But yeah, the way I have the third-party API exposed here is just for Spring MVC, and just using an @post method on them, and then that way the front end controllers and the REST controllers are all basically look identical and work pretty much under the same principles. So any like date bindings, date formatting and date bindings and all that stuff, you just apply them to both and call it a day, We use REST controllers with most of the verbs, but all API to UI. We never return views. Okay. as the private API is all REST. Front end is React. But deep into our auth systems, we had to give up using it for public API. It's way too intermeshed. Our filter change and codes are pages already quite complex. Yeah, so you never return views. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what I do on the REST services usually is I return just JSON. And I just let Jackson deal with the JSON parsing. But for the front end, for the views and stuff, so I'm using Thymeleaf here, and all I can tell you is just don't use Thymeleaf. It's terrible. I thought, I thought I would use something that Spring Framework guys have blessed, and Thymeleaf has been nothing but a pain in my hookus here. But yeah, for the front end controllers, for the UI controllers, I do return a view, and I just use the Thymeleaf bindings for the views. Most JWT checks are super messy. Front end is React. We never use templates for UI, but we use Thymeleaf a bit for the emails. Oh, the camera died again? Jesus Christ. Camera's having some issues right now. I don't know what's going on with it. It's really, really unhappy at the moment. Yeah, I don't have any experience with React. Some of the other development groups at my day job are using React. I have never actually used it. I tend to, and here's where I am the old man yelling at the clouds kind of thing. I tend to like to have everything run on the server and treat the client as a dumb terminal, essentially. You know what I mean? So, because if I'm not mistaken, and maybe I'm wrong about React, but if I'm not mistaken, React is basically an MVC framework, but it's in JavaScript, right? You're here for the cam refresh, not the tech talk. It is. We definitely the conversation definitely changes when you got two tech nerds talking shop. So I do apologize to anyone who can only look at us and go, there's some words there. I don't know what those words mean, but there's some words there. React is more reactive, far faster, quite powerful. Yeah, no, I've heard that. I don't. Again, I'm not saying one way is right or wrong or anything, but yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I've always kind of leaned towards letting the server do all the stuff. Although I have been digging into some HTMX, which is kind of neat. I gotta say, kind of neat. I'm liking it. And I use jQuery for JavaScript stuff, though. But otherwise, we have too much gaming, so this geeky looked cool. Okay, Steve. Well, thank you for dropping by, Steve. I appreciate it. You're always welcome. Everyone is welcome. Like I said earlier in the stream, these are, even though it's a creative stream and I'm doing technical stuff, this is really my form of a just chatting stream. I can't do a straight just chatting stream because I need something to do. So this is kind of my hybrid solution, is to have something to do, but also be able to just chat up with people, you know, about stuff. So cool. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for, you know, answering my questions and stuff. I'm always curious as how people are doing things, you know. We all learn as we go. That was the one thing about streaming that always kind of put me off, is that streamers, you know, being a programmer, lots of programmers talk to one another, and they like to teach other programmers how things work, and you get into, and you know, and how they do things. Then you get into the streaming world, and it's like you got these big streamers that do these crazy things with their streams that are really awesome and cool, and they just guard them like they're freaking secrets. You know, they don't want to teach anybody how to do anything. You know, it's like come on, let other people in on the fun too. You know, other people learn. What's the harm? What's the harm in teaching some of the ways, the secret sauce of the OBSs and all that stuff? You know. Okay, so I know what the problem is. Where did
You
I...
have reached the voicemail box of
User settings? Yeah. Yes, okay, so... Principal get name is not what I expected to be, so we want username. So the get user...
Just wait for the tone.
And the request, get username. That here. Boom, and that should now hopefully work a little bit better. Oh yeah, the Argon 2 password code. Yep. I didn't know about it either. I was, when I started the project, I was like, I want to make sure that I'm as secure as I can make this. So I've got like multi-factor auth and everything set up in here. I was going to do just like bcrypt, and then I saw that the Argon 2 password encoder like won awards for like its awesomeness, which is a technical term. So I was like, hey, I'll use that. Why not? It's, I mean, they say it's the bee's knees, so cool.
Please leave your name, number, and a message after the tone.
I got that. All right, so I put that in there. So then I should be able to compile.
Goodbye.
Be able to compile, and I should be able. Now run this and see if this will actually kick the app out when I tell it it no longer has consent. So come in here. I'll send this as unauthorized, which is not correct, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. So get new access token. User 1. The password. Authentication complete. Use that token. Now hit the API endpoint. Got OK back. So in the app itself, you're going to manage applications. So here's the application. Delete that. I want to revoke this application's access. Boom. Okay, deleted it this time, which is good. And make sure that's out of the consent table. It is. Now I come in here And without doing anything, I'm going to try to send another request, this API endpoint, for the thing I just revoked. And hopefully, I've now kicked its session out, so it hopefully should tell me unauthorized. No, it still says okay. Where the hell is it caching that thing? Why would it still think that that's okay? I don't understand that. Like, it drives me nuts because, like, they have the concept of a consent. And they have the concept of revoking it. But you have to hit an endpoint to revoke it. There's why they don't give you a programmatic way to revoke it is just boggling my freaking mind. So I go through the session and I expire the session in the hopes that it would force it to try to look for consent again, but it's like it must be caching it somewhere where it's like, no, I'm fine. Is there, so there's an expire now, is there an invalidate? No, all I can do is expire the session. What the hell use is that? What am I revoking? JWT tokens can't be revoked. Yeah, I think ultimately, that's the thing, right? Ultimately, it is a JWT token. Which is annoying. I mean, I could turn off the JWT stuff. Because the problem is that I want a user to be able to come in, see all the applications that they've allowed to access their account, and revoke them. Now, under normal circumstances, if that application isn't already connected, the next time it tries to connect, it will see that it doesn't have consent and it won't allow it. But if the application already has an active session when you do this, you're stuck. You can't can't kick it to the curb. And that's what's bugging me. Like, how would I tell this thing to go buzz off? Because it doesn't have a session ID. It does show up as being in a session, or the principal is stored in a session registry, but expiring it doesn't seem to help. It's just weird. You can only blacklist them if longer lived and not renew them. You have to build a revoke list as his JWT token. Session can be terminated and not created next time as long as you don't check the token and not create the set. You have to build a revoke list as it's a JWT token. So, so what I have set up right now is and again, this is my first time digging into the innards of Spring Security, so this is the best I could do based on what I could get out of Google. But basically, I have so in my server filter chain, is this where I put it? Yeah. So I have in my endpoint config, I have a consent page set up, right? So when you first come in and you don't have consent in the consent record in the authorization consent table, it will ask you, after you log in, it will ask you, do you want to allow this application to have access, to have these particular scopes, basically. You say allow, then it adds a record to that consent table. This page basically deletes that record from the consent table. However, it looks like Spring Security doesn't check that table again. Doesn't keep checking that table. It's like it like takes the authorization and then just kind of allows that thing to just keep on using that authorization. So I don't know if it's like cached or something, or it looks like it's in the session registry. So I'm trying to make it so that if you happen to have something that was still going, it would reject that. But login creates a token with various rights. And the idea of JWT is then to never have to check auth later. The token is the auth. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should just turn off JWT altogether and use the traditional. Like if I don't configure JWT here, would I get a traditional session-based thing? I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's half my problem, is I'm like a blind man trying to figure out how some of this stuff works for the first time. But I've never had to configure like an OAuth. Like I've used OAuth clients like in a client sense before, but I've never had to make an OAuth server that accepts a client coming in, you know. And also Spring Security is not, I think at the day job we use like Shiro or something, Apache Shiro for our security, and not Spring Security. So I'm relearning Spring Security as I go too. This is the REST API. Yeah. Yeah, this would be for the third-party REST API, basically, to come in. Yeah, that's why you know, I know they don't usually have sessions either. That's why I was surprised when I was surprised that it wasn't always checking that it had to consent. I was trying to figure out why it suddenly decided, okay, you're now blessed forever and ever. Removed OAuth for use like this, went to simple Java Web Token, and okay. To talk to the REST API with JWT, to have a blacklist of them to revoke. Pull and check JWT up in front, and against a blacklist, you can test very short in time, like 1 minute. If you can control it, we can capture we craft ours and check ours. Okay. I was hoping that I didn't have to hold Spring's hand in that regard, but because like everything that I've seen like Spring has a revoke endpoint that you can call that's supposed to do the revoking. And I've tried looking around to see if there's a way to call that without having to call the endpoint. And actually I could probably call the endpoint just to see if it actually does what I wanted to do, because it's configured. I was hoping like I could just call whatever it's calling in the back end, but I, for the life of me, cannot trace down what the hell it's calling, because everything's in Spring Security. Everything is just a shell of a shell of a shell. It's implementation of a shell of an implementation of a shell of an implementation of a builder of an implementation of a builder. You know, it's like 900 disconnects along the way, and nothing ever implements anything until it does. And good luck finding that, you know? Yeah. Lots of time, no way to revoke them while keeping a list of revoked ones. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, I have a table with all the valid ones in it, so deleting from that table, I just need Spring to always check that table. So seems to me like I need to, in maybe one of the success authorization success or something, somewhere along the way, I need to put a check in there against that table again and have it just constantly check every time a call comes in, because you would think, you know, it would check every time a call comes in. I mean, I get that they want to optimize that, but it's like, how would you ever manage your security if you couldn't kill bad actors, you know? Yeah, I think that's what I might have to do. I might have to just add my own filters to come in and deal with it. Or at least, like you said, put the token in like a blacklist in memory somewhere, and just have the filters check against that memory area whenever the token comes in. Probably have to do that. Oh, cam froze again. There we go. Yeah. JWT issue revoke is a standard way. Yeah, and that's fine. I wanted to programmatically revoke and not just have them hit an endpoint. You know what I mean? Like, I could have the UI hit that endpoint when you remove something, but it feels like it feels backwards to do that. It feels like I should have a way on the server to say, you know, no soup for you. You can see a blog on this. We also blacklist tokens on user logout. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like I have the Remember Me token set up, and if you log out if you physically log out your user, I make sure that the Remember Me token gets expired. Since that's stored in a cookie. And then I also, because YouTube's had problems with its security with cookies and stuff, where somebody can like steal the cookie from your machine and then suddenly they're logged in as you and they can do anything as you. I've made sure on the settings pages here, like when you change more than just basic information or whatever, like I ask you for your password again, just so that if someone does manage to grab your cookie and log in as you, they can't change more than maybe your display name or something before it asks you for a password again. They still have to, it would still have to know your password and stuff. So I've been trying to implement stuff like that too. Folks even multi-factor on them. Yeah, I was thinking of that. I have the multi-factor stuff in place. I don't have, and this is another Spring security thing, but I have it most of the time when you do multi-factor authentication, you know, somebody does their username and password, and then if they've got it turned on, it then prompts them for their code. And I instead just put all three boxes on the login page. I just made the other one optional, which I don't think is a good user experience. But at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe it will throw off attackers too, because they won't know whether you've got it turned on or not. But yeah, I need to go in eventually and fix that, because the way Spring Security works, it's like Spring Security doesn't know how to do multi-factor authentication. So in order to get it to work, I had to inject interceptors and stuff in there to look at things and kind of break up the authentication into multiple steps and stuff like that. So yeah. And then also I have a password complexity checker on the server side. So I'm using ZXCVB NM or something like that is the library. That will, so instead of requiring like, oh, you gotta have symbols or you gotta have this in your password, instead it just checks your password to see if it's complex enough. And if you hit the minimum complexity standard, then it just lets you have that password. And then I just say, you know, it only has to be, I only enforce that it has to be like more than 8 characters. And then I also, because sometimes asking people to type in 8 characters is too much, I also use that password complexity checker, also has a password generator that will generate really complex passwords. And so I also have a button there that people can click that will generate a password for them that they can then copy into the field and, you know, write it on their post-it note and put it on their monitor as they're wont to do. and then call it a day. So I have that in place too. You can see that like on the change password here. Like I have this little button and it'll generate passwords that are reasonably complex. And then you can copy it and then paste it right into the field, that kind of thing. As sort of as an extra nudge to get people to choose good passwords. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, no, I got a bunch of stuff. Got Gravatar set up, so I got avatars coming in. And yeah, just like the early stages of just trying to test things. I've got the Greenmail set up to test email stuff. And I actually created a GUI, like a very basic GUI for Greenmail, so I can actually go see the emails that I send out. So, like verification emails and stuff, I'll send them to the test email book, and then I can go to the GUI and see the actual email there and see that it got sent and what the body of it is and all that stuff. So that's been working out pretty good. That's a good way of testing like email stuff without having to go through a real email server and all that fun stuff. John's using that for customer service, easier to require things, hard for public users. Yeah, you need to make sure that, you know, nobody gets access to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of that. It's one of those things, you know. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, kind of thing, when it comes to security. And I figure if I just make it blindingly easy for the users, they might actually use it. Because even today, there's people who refuse to use two-factor auth, and then they yell and scream when someone accesses their, you know, YouTube account, and, you know, they didn't have two-factor, or their Twitch account, and they didn't have two-factor auth turned on, and so, you know, like, well, you had the opportunity to stop that from happening, and you didn't do it, so now you understand why it's important. You know? Like, I can send, does it still work? Send test email? Nah. No, it did not work. I guess I broke that at some point. Oh wait, my server down? No, it's up. So is the Greenmail thing too. Oh. Yeah, I guess I just broke that at some point. Oh well. It was only for a test thing anyway. But yeah, alright, so it seems like I gotta do some more. I gotta get more hands-on with the JWT stuff tomorrow, and see if I can get through that. If I can get through that, then we could start to look at creating the basics of a channel and start to look at chat and how I'm going to do chat. I'm going to try to use HTMX to do the chat functionality, and see how that works out, because that'll be WebSockets and all those fun things, and see how that integrates with Spring and all the fun stuff there. I want to get this to a point where I want to get past this one big hump on this. I know there's still some bugs with this, the way I have this implemented, but get that one hurdle done, merge it down to the master, and then or the trunk, I should say. Then I gotta, what is Dependabot has been yelling at me for stuff. I have to upgrade some of our version numbers of our libraries. So I'll get that. So hopefully tomorrow we'll get past some of this, and then I can we can start looking at the channel stuff and the chat, hopefully. I think one way or the other I'm going to probably put a pin in this tomorrow, even if I don't quite have it working the way I want, or, you know, removing the JWT tokens the way I want. I'll probably put a pin in it because I'm ready to move on to something else, and then I can come back to it. Come back to it later. But yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop right there for tonight, my friends, because it's almost 2:30 my time, and I should probably get some sleep. I will be back, as I said, tomorrow afternoon for my longer Saturday stream. I usually go for 4 or 5 hours on Saturday, doing some more coding. So that'll be probably around 2 p.m. Eastern time or so. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Steve. I appreciate it very, very much. Very kindly. Yeah, so get that going. You know what? I'm just gonna commit what I've got here to I'm just going to commit this to the branch, so it's up there. More off. API. Push that out. Do the GitHub. Want that be a thing. That out branch there. Cool beans. Yeah, so like I said, I'll be back probably around 2 p.m. Eastern time, roughly. We'll be going all day as we do. And then Sunday, I don't know if I'm going to stream Sunday or not. Normally I would stream like a game or something. I still have a few things I need to finish up, even though I technically hit my deadline and we're in crunch mode and I kind of hit my deadline for work. I still have a few things kind of clean up with the day job stuff. I might be doing that on Sunday just to get a heads up on it and get it out to QA so QA can start working on it Monday morning, bright and early, and just kind of get that rolling along. So long story short, probably won't be streaming Sunday. I'll probably take off Sunday to do work stuff. And then Monday and Tuesday nights, we'll be playing some more Oceanhorn 2 until that is finished. We're pretty far along in that game. I think it's like 70% completion right now, so shouldn't be too much longer in that. And then Wednesday night and Thursday night will be more RoboCop. Enjoying the heck out of that game, loving that. And then, as usual, Fridays and Saturdays are our coding days, with Sunday being a toss-up with the usually whatever game I feel like playing. I will get back to Starfield at some point. Before I do, though, I do want to drop into Star Citizen at some point because it's been a while and they've had really good stuff come out at CitizenCon and it's looking pretty sweet over there. So I want to just kind of maybe get back into that a little bit as well. So that is where I'm at. Hey, Blue Eye Dragon, welcome. Welcome. How was your stream? You were doing Rock Band, right? Was it Rock Band? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I'm a Classy with the host over on Kick. Welcome everybody. You guys are coming in just as I'm about ready to wrap up here. Hey, Blue Eye, how's it going? How was your Rock Band stream as well? How was your stream, Mama Classy? How's everything going there? yeah, I'm just kind of like I'm just about wrapping up here myself, because it's like 2:30 my time, so I'm running on empty a little bit. I'm doing good. How are you doing? How you doing, Classy? It was good, Blue Eye? Cool. Oh, my cam froze again? God damn this freaking... This camera is going to be... It's just the bane of my existence. I swear. I swear. Nice spelling. Tired too? Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. It's no tech issues. Are you really streaming? It's true. It's true. Tech issues come with the territory. It is very true. Yeah. No, I like the camera. It's just really picky. It really does not like me for some reason. Oh, thanks to me, you're now ending your stream with a shout out. Okay, cool. Yeah, Blue Eye. I think that's the one thing on LiveSpace that I'm hoping they get to sooner rather than later is having hosting and being able to host other channels, because it's really a good way to share your stream, share your audience with others who you think are gonna be a good fit and everything. So that was good. What were you doing? So I am working on what I call the Hex project, which is, I'll run the server here so we can kind of see it. But basically I'm writing a open source streaming service similar to Kick and Twitch and all the others. Very early on, just still working on like security stuff, and still working on third-party apps being able to connect to an API and all that stuff. And I still have to do like mobile app and all those fun things, but I have all that stuff planned. But I'm doing it as like a hobby. So it's out on GitHub here, and essentially I'm just hobbying it. I've got a streaming site set up. I got basic user login, settings, 2-factor auth, things of that nature. I don't have channels set up yet. I don't have a video back end or anything set up yet. I'm just kind of still at very much in square one, even though it's like part 50. This is like the 50th stream. I'm still in square one. Things take a while. So yeah, just doing it because, as I said, I over the years I've complained a lot about how streaming sites conduct themselves, and I thought it might be time for me to put up and shut up. So I'm just using my coding skills to just kind of come up with a site that I think would work well, but I have no plans of actually launching it myself. It's more like I'm just throwing it out there to the world, and if someone stumbles upon it and wants to make a fortune off of it, all the better for all of us, is what I say. So, because I am very much a code monkey, not a business monkey, not a spreadsheet monkey, not a PowerPoint monkey, not a hashtag monkey. I just do code. That's all I know. So I leave the other tasks to those who are much more attuned to those roles. So given that the best I can do is just put the code out there and see what happens. So so yeah, I mean that's basically the gist of it right now. Just kind of in initial setup hell, initial security hell, making sure this is as secure as I can make it. Trying to, you know, get at least the foundations in place so that once you get it's like building a house. Once you get the foundation in place, you can start to really, you know, the work starts moving a lot faster, kind of thing. You're not that monkey either. You only do hair. If I had a brain for business, I'd be in a different position. I hear you. I hear you. I can only do tech stuff, really. That's where my talents lie. And it's a weird business because there's a lot of people who start out with, you know, writing code, and then at some point they end up getting pushed into management because, you know, they know how code works, they know how what coders need and what kind of information they need, and so there's the thought that, well, they must make good managers, and then you end up getting pushed into a management position, and you know, you're not really suited to it. You know, it's kind of one of those things where you know, they've pulled out the chair for me in various companies and been like, hey, you want to be a manager? And I'm like, no, I kind of just want to write code. I just like writing code. You know? And that's the thing. It's just, you know, hats off to anybody who can really be a good manager, because they're very hard to come by. But it's, you know, I prefer, I don't like losing the ability to affect a good outcome. You know what I mean? A lot of times you could be the best manager in the world, but if your subordinates are not good at what they do, there's no rescuing that, you know? Kind of like this right now. When you get into that part of it, it's more like work, less like passion. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that comes into play too. It's like you start out being very passionate about something, you really, really enjoy what you're doing, and then, you know, you get kind of pushed into a position where you're maybe not enjoying it as much because you got to do all this other stuff. And the problem with, in particular with like technology and programming in general, is it's constantly evolving. So being, you know, not coding even for like a year can put you out of date with the latest technologies and the latest updates and everything. You know, it's just constantly marching along, and eventually it gets to a point where your skills are so out of date that it becomes this mountain to try to climb to get back into the saddle again, you know? So that's the other part of it, is you want to still stay sharp even when it's not your main job description anymore, you know? So yeah, that's kind of how it's been. That's how it's been for me. As I was saying earlier, I used to get the 5-year itch where I'd like work for a company for 5 years and then be like, all right, I came, I saw, I conquered. It's time to move on to something else. And then I'd move on to another company and work there a couple years, and move on to another company and work there a couple years. And it's not until very recently that I've been like, you know what? I'm really happy where I'm at. You know, I don't need to jump around anymore. I'm really happy with what I got. which is good because I've worked for some companies that just have a culture problem, where it's just like, they chew people up and spit them out. The work-life balance is terrible. And then I'm working for a company now where it's fantastic. I mean, I still have crunch times like twice a year. I'm just now getting out of a crunch time. But that's far superior to I've worked at companies where it was crunch all the time, they used to get me all the time, like 4:00 on a Friday, be like, really need you to work on this thing. This is really important. And they leave you with the impression that it needs to be done by Monday. And so you work all weekend on it. And you come in Monday and they go, oh, that's great. We don't really need that for another couple weeks. And they just kept doing that over and over and over again. It was just like, ugh. You just burning the candle at both ends, and it's not even willfully burning it at both ends. You're just kind of falling for the same trick every freaking time. I just kept falling and falling for it over and over and over again. So, which is, I mean, at some point that's on me, but that was a wake-up call. To like really ask some good questions at interviews. Don't go into a job interview and make sure you ask them as good a questions as they're going to ask you, if not better, because it's a two-way street. You're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. Yeah. So. Anywho, you've been failing miserably at the job interview thing. Actually, I'm actually not bad at it. I had one interview that went pretty horribly, but it went horribly because I really didn't prepare for it. For one thing, and for another thing, I was getting a vibe that I didn't really like. So it was kind of a mixture of things. I feel like it has a lot to do with your age, though. Well, maybe. I know, like, there were, like, for me, there will come a point where it will be very difficult for me to get a programming job because there is a expectation that by a certain age you've hung up your programming spurs and you're now management. And I've actually encountered that on the opposite side of the table, where I was interviewing somebody. I was interviewing this guy, and he was really good at everything he did. He had a lot of experience, and we did panel interviews, so it was me and like 2 other developers interviewing the guy, and we got done, half an hour, and or was it an hour? We got done an hour, and then we walked out of the room. We left him in there to maybe do round 2 with another group, and I pulled the guys aside and I said, "Okay, what do you guys think?" And the response I got from the one developer was, "Oh, I think he's too old to be a developer." I'm like, "Really? I don't think that's a thing." I'm like, I got the exact opposite feeling. I'm like, if ever I wanted a developer on my team, I'd want that guy on my team because he was really good. Right? I don't think age should be coming into it. And that was the first time I've actually seen it on the other side of the fence, where it's like, developers like, yeah, I don't think we should hire this guy because I think he's too old to be a developer, or something must be wrong with him. Like, no, I don't think it works that way. And I ended up convincing him that it was a good idea to say yes to that guy, and we ended up hiring him, and he worked out really well, but that does happen. It is a thing that happens in the world, in the tech world and others. So I feel that, I get that, especially with tech. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I hear that. What I found though is the one thing that I think was the best thing I did was a buddy of mine hooked me up with a recruiting firm. And usually recruiting firms, especially tech recruiting firms, are usually terrible. Like they just give you, like you say, I want X, Y, and Z, and they'll give you A, B, and C. Like it's like these two things are not the same. But I found one that was actually really, really good. And they actually, like, I say, hey, I'm a full stack developer. I'm looking for full stack work. And that's exactly, the kind of stuff that they would come back with. They come back with exactly the kind of things that I was looking for. And so that made it a lot easier on me because they're working with companies that they've already sort of vetted. And I don't have to worry about negotiating prices or anything because they'll do that for me. They'll do all the negotiations of compensation and everything else. And all I gotta do is just go in and kill it at the interview. And it takes a lot off your mind. You know what I mean? Your side hustle, you've been trying to get them to hire you. Right now it's $10.99, not guaranteed work. Interviewed with them twice, and both times they reached out to you. And after the interviews, they don't get back to you. It's so frustrating. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. They don't get back to you. It's so frustrating. Yeah. No, I hear you. It's that's the other reason. That's the other reason why it was good that I started going through a headhunter, because the headhunter will keep on their asses and making sure they get some kind of answer out of them, because the headhunter makes money only when I get a job, right? So if I go in and I do a stellar interview, right, that headhunter they want their cut. They want their money. And the only way they're going to get it is by getting me my money. You know what I mean? So it's like a mutually beneficial relationship. But again, it's hard to find one that doesn't just inundate you with stuff that you're not looking for. You got to kind of vet them as well. But yeah, that's been really, that was really helpful, because I don't have to negotiate compensation at all. They just take care of it. They're like, okay, we got you X amount of money, what, it's up to you. Is that what you want? And I was like, yep, that's up to me. Give me the paperwork. I'll sign it. You know what I mean? So, so that's kind of how, that was one of the best things. One of the best things I did. So yeah. Oh, excuse me. Oof. But all right. Well, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out and keeping me company in all of those things. Thank you to Blue Eye Dragon for the host over on Livespace. Thank you to Classy, Mama Classy, for the host on Kick. I appreciate it greatly. I do, for all those who are lurking and new, oh, hey, Shin. Yeah, you showed up just in time for me to shut down. For all those who are lurking and new, I play games. I also write code. Most of the time I play games because I write code for a living, and writing code for a living during the day and then doing it again at nighttime tends to take a toll. Tends to take a toll on the old brain case. Oh, this freaking camera. Let me fix this. So I play games mostly. Lots of RPGs and other things. But I also do some coding. So I do coding usually on Friday nights and Saturday afternoons. Let's play. Where did my mouse cursor go? Aha, there it is. Activate again. Cool beans. So, I have to watch the VOD when it's available. Well, the VOD is shit. I am multi-streaming, so the VOD is immediately available if you choose to go watch it on YouTube. So yeah, I do some gaming, and I do some coding, and my coding sessions like this are kind of a combination between just chatting and creative, because I can't just sit here and chat without having something to do. So I kind of divide my attention between both. I'm not in any rush to get anything done as far as coding is concerned. I just like to share both. I try not to be too technical, but you know, when tech guys show up, I get technical. It's, you know, it's gotta talk shop. Sometimes guys just gotta talk shop. You know what I mean? Oh, Blue. Sorry. You meant Blue. I sorry about that. I didn't mean to steal any thunder there. Though my VODs are always great. Well, thank you, Shin. I appreciate that. I just started getting the store page. I just started getting the store page set up, Shin. So I've already got some ideas. I got some ideas of things that I can kind of do on my own that don't require a whole lot of talent, but I also have ideas for things that require talent. So I'll be probably hitting you up sooner rather than later. Some of that stuff. But yeah, I already have like ideas for like mouse pads and that I can kind of do on my own. You're streaming on Twitch as well, so you got to see if it's not muted because of the copyright. Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Brandon Dev, for that follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think I need to basically end this stream soon here, because it's becoming 3 in the morning and I am super tired, as I tend to be, because I am an old man and I'm not getting any younger. Yeah, no problem. I'll be Brandon. I'll be coding tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, and I usually code for like 5 or 6 hours. Tomorrow, Saturdays are usually my long sessions, so it's likely you'll be able to find me then, unless time zones always suck. So that's not much I could do about that. Funny how Mishin and men fish around at the same time. Yeah, it's it's funny you mention that because the last couple of days on LiveSpace, I've been getting done at my normal time at like 11:30, and I'm like, okay, guys, all go take a look at this channel, and then I pop the channel into the chat. And then, end the stream and everything. I'm sitting in that channel listening, and then like within 5 minutes, they're all ending as well. I'm like, damn, I'm catching everybody at the end of their stream. We're all going to bed at the same time. What the hell? Oh man. Oh, it is what it is. It is what it is, my friends. So that said, I want to say again, thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and keeping me company and all of those things. Thank you again to Mama Classy for the raid. Thank you to Blue Eye thank you to Mommy for there's words here somewhere. I promise there are words here somewhere. Thank you to Mama Classy over on Kick for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you to Blue Eye Dragon over on LiveSpace for the shout out and host there. And thank you everyone for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Same old story. Boy finds girl, boy loses girl, girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl, boy remembers girl. And girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
Good year.
No, the worst.